Hear my words and bear witness to my vow. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the shield that guards from the realm of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch for this night and all the nights to come.
And winter is coming.
Sticking with the pointy end.
I know which end to use.
And the mind needs books like a sword needs a whetstone.
People have been swinging at me for years, but they always seem to miss.
What did the Mad King say when you stabbed him in the back? He never asked.
I'm crowned for king.
Here is an old dragon. Fire cannot kill a dragon.
Is this meant to be your shield, Lord Stark? A piece of paper.
You know the first thing about sword fighting?
Sticking with the pointy end.
You think my life is some precious thing to me? That I would trade my honor for a few more years of war?
Surrounded by Lannisters. Every time I close my eyes, I see their blonde hair and their smug, satisfied faces.
Hello everybody. Hello. Sorry I haven't been responding to chat the last few minutes. First of all, can you guys hear me? I've been trying to get everything set up. I hope everybody's doing well. Just give me a few more minutes. You can hear me, Mama Cat? That's good. Everything, audio is good. So, hello everybody. Hello, welcome. Let me just formally say hello to you guys. I've been talking to a few of you in chat. So Heather, Mama Cat, Marjo, River Mist Faye, Mac Taylor. Who am I missing? Berry Sweets. Hello, welcome. I hope you're having a great Saturday. A Saturday evening, morning, depending on what time of the day it is for y'all. No longer a sweet summer child. I was so shocked, Heather, when I found out that I was still a sweet summer child up until we had already started winter on the show. Like, I thought since I saw the White Walkers that was it. Let me see if I missed somebody I did not say hello to. So yeah, guys, how have you been? We're going to, I know I know, guys, the previous stream went on maybe for a little bit too long. I am going to try and keep this a bit on the shorter side, but I still want to like have a small chat up before we get into the tier list and then the reaction with you guys. How have you been doing? How has this December treating you so far? I hope it hasn't been too harsh. Today for me it was a very cold day. I don't know, you guys can see I have a beanie on. I'm kind of cold, but it's not been too bad. The Red Wedding is the worst graduation. It's a horrible graduation, actually. Yeah, not a good time. Not a good time. What can we call you? Heather Greek guy is fine. My first name, my real name is Panayotis or Panos. Panos, I assume, will be easier for you guys to write if you want to refer to me like that in chat. It's Panos, but Greek guy is good just to keep it like simple and easy. Too long. What is it? What's too long? The first name? Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Panos is like a nickname that, I don't know, is it a little bit easier for you guys? I hope you guys are doing great. Today we're going to be doing, so this stream is going to take, it's going to be two parts. First part is going to be the tier list like we did the previous time, and then we're going to jump into the history and lore video. I am very intrigued to see if and how my tier list might have changed compared to the previous season. I honestly don't think it will have changed too drastically. I have a few characters in mind that I think probably have either elevated or dropped, maybe. We'll see. Easy enough. You guys, again, Greek guy I think is simple and to the point. Describes me pretty well, Yeah, there's a delay in the chat that you guys are seeing right now, but I can see your messages in real time as well as you guys post it, because I have the stream chat open as well. This is just an overlay. I've been kind of playing around with stream elements and trying to figure out, overlays and stuff. So you guys are seeing a much bigger delay on the stream than there is for me. I'm curious to see. I unfortunately missed season 2 history and lore. Mama Cat, I have uploaded the tier list for that we did in that stream. It's a community post. If you go to the community posts and look for it, you can kind of like find it and like compare to what I do today and see what changed and what hasn't. I'll also be commenting on the characters. For example, why I think this character will be in a higher tier or in a lower tier accordingly. There's at least a minute delay. Is there? I don't know. I think I can see the messages pretty quickly. Most live streams seem to take a few minutes to balance out. Yeah, definitely. Also, guys, if you think that there might be an issue with your live stream, you can always try and refresh the browser. I don't know. I am also like trying to figure this live stream out as we go along. It's cool. It's good now, Heather. Is everything like? I think there isn't much of a delay, honestly. Hopefully, at least there isn't. So, guys, what do you think? Or rather, I shouldn't ask that question that way because it could lead into spoiler territory. Do you think I'm going to enjoy season 4 as much as a lot of the comments have been telling me to? A lot of people have told me that like season 4 is like the best season of the show for them personally, and it has gotten me pretty excited to get into season 4. That was from earlier. Oh, the delay, the long delay. I get it. Hello, Archangel. How are you doing? I hope Saturday's going well for you. It's pretty cold where I'm at, and I do not like the cold, guys. I'm not a fan of it. Not at all. Still a sweet summer child to you, Marzo? I mean, I don't know how I can change that. Marjo, I saw, is Samuel with you? I think I noticed you commenting in chat about my little baby donkey that I had the honor of naming after our very own Sam from Game of Thrones. Season 4 is top tier. Yeah, a lot of people have told me that, and I honestly have all 3 seasons so far to me have been top tier television. So yeah, I'm super excited to get into season 4. Hopefully we start season 4 next week. The reason why I didn't do like any Game of Thrones reactions this past week, guys, is because I wanted to do this history and lore live stream first. I always like to do this at the end of each season before I jump into any further episodes of the show. But by next week, the episodes should be up and going again, and we should be starting season 4 next week. So we got in from Theo's Sculptor. We did. I have a feeling I'm going to dislike this guy very much. The more that we get to know about him, I'm not looking forward to it. If how he's treating Theon is how he's treating every character that he has an issue with, I'm not going to like his character a lot, I can tell. I think you will enjoy season 4, then again I love them all. Your favorite is season 7, Mama Cat? That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Because, you know, all I've heard is that the show kind of has a big dip after season 6, I believe. On first watch, you thought 4 was your favorite season, Archangel? Yeah, I'm super excited. Super excited. Season 6 is your favorite, Heather? Okay. So I have a lot of good seasons to look forward to. That's what I'm getting from this. Because as I said, like I already thought these first 3 seasons have all been like fantastic. Panayotis is the first name of a great French humorist. Marzo, humorist, like a comedian. He could be like, you know, have ancestry like from Greece and like grew up in France. Because I don't know if there are like Panagiotis is a very Greek like name. If you binge it, the ending doesn't feel as jarring. I don't know, but like the thing is, River Mist Fae is like, by binging this show, I am going to be transitioning straight from the last quote-unquote good, quote-unquote again, because I have not watched them, but the last quote-unquote good season, directly into the less good, supposedly again, parts of the show. I feel like I'm going to have like the good times too fresh on my memory, and like how great these seasons had been up to that point. I don't know. But again, I'm going in completely like, no matter what I've heard, I'm going in each season wanting to love like every single episode. And I do have some like, you know, I might be the odd one and say like I loved the last seasons of the show, even though majority of the people I know hated it. You never know. I'm going in like completely unbiased. Hopefully you're right, River Mist Fae. Hopefully that does happen. 7 definitely has some great moments. Yeah, I hope every season has great moments, even if there is like a slight dip in quality, or even a bigger dip in quality. I at least hope like each season has moments that I'm going to enjoy. McTaylor, I don't have a favorite, but I probably rewatched season 1 the most because it takes place before everything goes to complete hell. Yeah. Back when the Starks were all a happy family, right? Before all the death, misery and suffering that they have to deal with. I think a lot of the haters are the people who read the books, but I may be incorrect. You also like season 8, Mama Cat? You might be onto something, Mama Cat, because I definitely can see people who have read the books and have gotten like the full experience of what Game of Thrones is, and maybe have even connected a little bit more with the characters, having like experienced every single every single story, every single backstory, you know, all the lore and stuff that is in the books, I assume. Maybe some directions they went with some of those characters might have been like more drastically different to people who have read the books and like have already formed an idea of where these characters are going and what, you know, whatever in their heads. And I can see what you're saying to be like, to have validity to it. But at the same time, I've also heard like from friends of mine who have watched the show and hadn't read the books, that they did feel like there was a drop in quality in the last seasons. So, you know, you never know. Jump into the House of Dragon right after. It will fix it. So I'm getting House of Dragon is really a really good show. I've heard great things about it. I don't know if we'll jump directly into it after Game of Thrones. We'll see, possibly. We'll see. I'm not opposed to it. It's just that there might be other shows that I might want to, you know, start post Game of Thrones. I don't agree with all the decisions the writers made, but season 8 was horrible. So we have Mama Cat. Mama Cat says that she liked season 8. Then we have Heather who says it's horrible. So, you know, we have two different opinions. I'm getting there might be stuff there for people to like in season 8. Because like Mama Cat likes season 8 for a reason, right? I don't agree with... Oh, I've read that. I consider the last half of the show as fan fiction, so it doesn't bother me too much. Mac, it's funny you say that. I have a friend who, while watching the show, was also reading some fan fiction about the show. That was before the show ended. And I remember him telling me, like, if only they had paid some of the fanfic writers to write the last season for them. Like, it had the potential, he told me, to be so good. If only they got one of the internet fanfic writers to write it instead of writing it themselves. I thought that was pretty funny. You have watched the show 8 times on your own and over a couple dozen reactors all the way through. I still catch things I didn't before and come to understand within myself of various things. Yeah, Mama Cat, I know we've had this discussion, I think, in the comments, and I can totally see that. I mean, that's what great shows are about. Why was River Mist Fae? Did you delete your comment, River Mist Fae? I was just about to read your comment and it got deleted. Did you remove it for some reason? Or did something happen? Season 4 is fire, Marzo? Yeah, that's what I'm hearing about Season 4. You've watched the entire episode about 50 times, Heather? Damn. Season 2 of House of the Dragon is coming out this summer. So that means whenever I'm done with Game of Thrones, I'm going to have at least 2 seasons of House of Dragons to, like, react to after that. You've read the books, but only just recently. You understand why people are upset. But also the books aren't even done. Yeah, that's the issue. Like, that's, from my understanding, the issue with Game of Thrones, the show, is that they went, like, off script completely because there wasn't anything written for them to, like, draw inspiration from or use as, like, a structure for where they wanted the characters to go, and they just went completely off the dome. And it's understandable why that could be messy, that could go wrong, you know? The last seasons were extremely rushed. Yeah, that's what I've heard about the last seasons, Mama Cat. We could have gotten a few more seasons if they drew it out longer. Yeah, I heard the last season was supposed to be like 2 seasons, but then they condensed it into 1 season for whatever reason. There are a couple of profoundly stupid episodes, but the vast majority are good in season through 7. You mean up until season 7? Archangel, I'm getting you're not a big fan of season 8. No clue on how the author plans on ending things. So this is my, like, I've had this question about Game of Thrones. Like, what happens if, like, the books get finished? Does somebody, like, go back and remake Game of Thrones up until the point in the show where the books were finished? And do they remake it? Do they, like, redo it again? And do they use the same actors? I had this thought, like, because what if the book is finished in, like, well, in 5 years? I think it's like, it's a short time for a book to be finished, when I assume it hasn't even, like, has she begun writing? Heather, you meant to say that season 8 wasn't horrible? you literally wrote, but season 8 was horrible, and I was like, oh. Yeah, I'm glad that you also feel like it wasn't horrible then. That's good. More good seasons. That's good. You did delete it, River Mist Fae? Oh, I see, River Mist Fae. Was it Mariah Carey? All I Want for Christmas? Was it playing now in the playlist that I have? I didn't even catch it. I have like a Christmas like lo-fi playlist playing. I didn't even catch it if it played right now. I hope they make an animated series once the books are done. That would be interesting, now that you mention it. That would be interesting. They offered them 10 seasons and they said no thanks and rushed it instead. That's just bad. Like, while I wait for this motorcycle to pass by. That's just like, why would you like? It's not like the show was doing great. That wasn't an issue, right? So like, why did they rush it? Do we know? We will likely be getting spin-offs from A Song of Ice and Fire Until We Die. House of Dragon is amazing. It was easier for me to dive into because of the familiarity with the various houses. I had no moments like the first time I watched Game of Thrones when I was lost. I can 100% understand what you're talking about, Mama Cat. Definitely. Archangel, the first 3 episodes? There's 10 episodes in a season, man. That's not a good number. George never finished the books. I read all of them. I'm not a hater. The seasons at the end was abandoned. Not horrible to me, by the way. Okay, that's good. But like, is George like not writing at all? Does she have plans on finishing the books at any point? I really don't know. I have not kept up with. He's been writing it for over 10 years. Okay. Recently had a meeting with his publishers and reports the next book will be over 2,000 pages. Okay. How many were the previous books? How many pages were the previous books? The books cover through the end of season 5. Okay, Barry. Okay, at about season 5-ish. So like, by 5-ish you mean it also like catches some episodes of season 6, and then they just completely, after some episode of season 6, they just started writing their own thing. Season 8 has only 6 episodes. Oh, is it the only Game of Thrones season to have 6 episodes? Hello Robert, by the way, I don't know if you were in chat and I didn't say hi to you previously. The creators were being offered a Star Wars project. Yeah. They wanted to finish quickly to get onto that project. Shaking my head, like, no disrespect to Star Wars fans, but enough with the Star Wars fanfare, okay? There are other things in the world other than Star Wars. I mean, I get it from a career perspective, totally understandable, but like, oh, they didn't get the Star Wars project. Well, isn't that interesting? The 4th and 5th book were supposed to be only book 4, but his publishers made him split into 2 books. Just so much behind the scenes stuff. Just like, let these like creators create how they want to create. It's going to be for the best at the end of the day. That's what I feel like. Season 7 has 7 episodes. At what season did they stop doing 10 episodes? Was it like season 5? Right, Archangel? but isn't that interesting? How life works sometimes, right? So up until season 6, Heather, there's 10 episodes, okay. So I guess that kind of that kind of tracks, right? Because if you're telling me that from the books were up to season 5 and maybe parts of 6, then when the material dried up they couldn't write more than what they did, I assume. Yeah, I think that's why Game of Thrones fans felt so left in the lurch. Because they dipped for Star Wars, Barry? That's what you mean? I'd be pretty offended. You're so over the Star Wars shows, can't believe they bailed on Game of Thrones for that. Archangel, I'm going to be honest with you and the chat here. I have not seen Star Wars. Nothing about Star Wars. Okay, I mean, I've seen bits and pieces, but I have not seen a full movie or a full show. And again, I'm going to be honest, I just like, there's just something about Star Wars that I'm just keeping away from it on purposefully. It's just like everybody's going on and on about Star Wars stuff. And it's like, I don't know, I've been kind of like distancing myself from Star Wars because of that. Yeah, River Misfay, I have not seen Star Wars. And this is the reaction of everybody that I've said that I have not seen Star Wars. That being said, guys, no, I might just like see it on Star Wars previously, but I am planning on reacting to Star Wars on the channel. So like, I'm going to watch the movies at some point. Hello Annie, by the way, just saw you in chat. The later seasons are a letdown, but the worst season of Game of Thrones is still pretty damn good TV. That's great. That's great to hear. Season 6 has some of the best TV you've ever seen, Heather. Okay. These are all good signs for me. It means that I have a lot of good stuff ahead of me with I almost said Star Wars, with Game of Thrones still. Marzo, you slept every time you tried to watch Star Wars. I'm not going to make this stream a Star Wars hating stream, because I have not watched it, so how can I hate it? But it's just like, you know, people go on about how it's the greatest thing ever. And it's like, okay. In the 70s, right? The original Star Wars movie came out in the 70s, Mama Cat. Yeah. He was 11. Heather, what fanbase? The Star Wars fanbase? Because they are a little bit. River Miss Faye, that's. Now you're making me feel bad about talking bad about Star Wars because of your story. You're right. You might owe your existence to that franchise. The original 3 Star Wars was all that was needed, Archangel. Yeah, I've heard that at some point they tried to do some stuff with the franchise that fans hated. The movies are a good watch. I mean, I'd hope, Heather, because all I've been hearing all my life is how amazing Star Wars is. I'd hope that there would be good watch. I would love Season 6 Archangel. So far from what I've gotten, I really love Season 4 as well. About The Walking Dead, Heather, everyone said it was amazing, but you just liked it. I mean, if you liked it, then I guess that's good enough, right? Yeah, sometimes indeed the hype sometimes kills some of these shows because you have it so hyped up in your head that like the end result isn't what you had imagined. But speaking of Game of Thrones, that has not happened with Game of Thrones. People told me that at least up until a certain season the show will deliver, and it has. I've really had a great time. Despite all the hype, it has lived up to it. Robert, listen, don't hype me up more now, because, you know, I just talked about how overhyping might lead to something, you know, might lead to a negative reaction, but that's awesome. I can't wait. Archangel, I think I've talked about my love for Last of Us, although I have not seen the show. I think that story and those characters are so great. So like if the show is anywhere true to the material, then I can understand why you'd love it. So episodes 4 and 6 are one-person story. Oh, for Star Wars, I was like, are we talking about Game of Thrones episodes? So, guys, should we jump into the tier list? I don't know, I feel like we have enough people in the chat and we've talked for a good, 50-40 something minutes. What do you guys think? Or is there anything else that you like to discuss before the tier list? Where are you guys? Season 6, episode 9. Why is that the episode that we are getting excited over? I mean, by this point I've understood that episode 9s are like the thing in Game of Thrones. Merry Christmas, Mama Cat. I mean, I feel like maybe this music right now might not fit Game of Thrones too well, but like I was in the mood for some Christmassy type background music. But like we just saw the Starks being butchered in episode 9 and now we're just vibing to Christmassy stuff. I don't know how it fits, but seriously, I hope you guys have a wonderful month, whether you're celebrating Christmas or not. I gave him a laundry of Christmas movies. Heather, you recommended some classics, obviously, but also some movies that I'll be very interested in checking out. By the way, guys, now since we're talking about the Christmas movies and stuff, I did upload a Christmas film reaction the 1st of December. So after the stream, whenever you guys have time and are interested in that, you can go check that out. It's Klaus, the Netflix movie, and I really enjoyed it. It was a very, very good film, a very good animation, a Christmas animation. You gotta love your animations during the holidays. So guys, let's, shall we jump into the tier list? Happiest of holidays to you too, River Mist Faye. Have you watched Elf? Elf? I might have watched Elf. Oh god, I think I have. But I'm like, I don't know if I'm confusing it. God, I might have watched Elf. Who's starring in Elf, Mama Cat? Maybe if you tell me like the actors. Will Ferrell? No, I have not watched Elf. I have not watched Elf. I might need to watch Elf though. Heather, I've seen some of them, like, but I'm honestly a person that kind of recycles holiday movies, so I'm sure there's like a huge, like, I don't know, a huge number of them that others might consider like Christmas classics that I have not seen. But I'll try to do as much of them as possible during December. But where did the music stop? What happened? Okay. Elf is your favorite Christmas movie, Annie? I might have to check it out then. And then I'll this is what will happen. I'll go and check it out, and then realize that at some point of my life I had watched the movie. Because Elf, I think it sparked something in my brain that I have watched it, but I can't recall Will Ferrell in a Elf like Christmas movie. I don't know. Nightmare Before Christmas, yes, that's a classic. Will Ferrell is a hard no for you, Heather. I mean, preferences. You're not a huge fan of Will Ferrell either, Mama Cat? Has something come out about Will Ferrell being like a terrible person? Or are you just like the acting, his acting that you're like, that you could do without? Nightmare Before Christmas is good any time of the year? Yes. What's up, Typoey Headster? How do you pronounce your name, friend? I almost had like an aneurysm trying to pronounce it. I went in fully confident. Typoey Headster? Hello, J. Raphael. Hello guys, welcome to the stream. We're just about ready to go into the Game of Thrones tier list. I'm just, waiting a little bit, maybe for you guys to like start coming in. Oh, he's just over the top sometimes. Yeah, I can see that. I can understand that. Archangel. Marjo, listen, all the signs were there. It's not my fault that the writers wasted a perfect spy moment. Because everything was there for them to turn her into the perfect spy. But like, I bad-mouthed that woman for an entire season for her to just be brutally killed. Yeah, Heather, I can totally understand that. For me, it's like, it's not that I don't like him, it's not that I particularly like him as an actor. Wait, Peter Dinklage is in Elf? Okay, now we have to watch Elf this month. This is all you guys needed to say. Okay, guys, I think that it's time that we go into the tier list before this stream also ends up being about 8 hours long in the end. I did promise a shorter stream this time. Yes, Jack. Now I was waiting for you specifically to join, and I'm like, now we can start. Oh, before we start, Jack. I was just replying to your comment that you left on the Klaus reaction. I'm surprised that you are not a big fan of like animated films and stuff. They're so good, Chuck. I don't know. I think like there's so much good stuff that you can get with animation that you can't really get with live action. If you say so. Listen, I just really enjoy animation a lot. Tier list. Okay, guys, yes, you guys are right. I think that we should get on with the important stuff of the stream and jump into a little transition. So, hello everybody. Hello again. We're back. So this is the chat that I've been looking at, which updates pretty quickly. Okay guys, so here we have the tier list for season 3, and it's updated a little bit. I've changed the tiers up because in the previous stream that we did, right, I was not pleased with the tiers that I had set up. They weren't like diverse enough for all these different characters that we have in Game of Thrones. So I think like these ones that I have here will work. Obviously we still have the faves that I'm sure you guys know who the faves are. We have the great characters which like can vary, like the reasons why they're great. These aren't necessarily characters that I think are good people, but they're just great characters, so they'll go in this tier. Then we have the this could grow on me tier, which is basically like characters that I feel have potential, I guess, best way to describe it, but just they haven't clicked with me yet on the show. We've added a meh tier because some characters are just like meh. And we have the FU tier, which is Arya skill list tier. You guys will see why. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. And of course, we couldn't forget Joffrey's, his little room that he has next to Satan, that we're calling Joffrey's personal hell. and this is where Joffrey will reside for the remaining of Game of Thrones until he eventually dies. Okay, so Joffrey is a mainstay in this tier. He will not fluctuate. This is his house right here. So if everything is understood about how these tiers are set up, and if you guys can see and hear me and everything is like okay, we can proceed with placing our favorite area. And I mean, I don't even think I need like to say too much about why Arya is still one of my favorite characters. She will remain, I feel, in her rightful place alongside all my other favorites, because in every aspect, not only is she like a good character morally, not only is she a very well written character, not only is the actress doing a great job in the show, but she is probably one of the characters who has the most potential as well, which is crazy because she's already like a top 3 character for me, and I feel like in the upcoming seasons her character is going to evolve and grow even to a crazier like status, and that alone has me super excited to see where Arya goes. Yeah, Joffrey gets his own room, yes. Arya is the goat, she is. And she has the potential to become even more goated in the future. Heather, yes. Joffrey is not moving. He's not moving. That's his room. He stays there. The room that Tywin sent him to, that's his room. You know what, Chuck? You know what, Chuck? I've thought about it. We'll see. Yes, Marzo, I agree. I mean, Arya, Daenerys, Tyrion. I might also throw Jon Snow in there. These are like the top of the top. Now, so characters like this is why we have these 2 tiers. Honestly, I feel like Sir Barristan is on the he could grow on me tier, because like he has an interesting backstory, but so far he has kind of like just been there. Him joining Daenerys is always a bonus, you know. That was a very smart decision on his part, and it did honestly like upgraded him from the meh that he would have been before to the tier right above. But I still have not seen enough of him to like put him anywhere else. Joffrey only killed 1 Stark, Walder killed 3. But see, Chuck, it's not just the fact that Joffrey killed Ned. It's also like everything else about Joffrey's character that is like the most annoying, despicable, like, I don't know, disgusting. I could keep going with epithets. Just the way he treats everybody. Like Walder Frey, for as horrible as he is, I guess you could say that Robb did go against his like oath and vows, although we already established that Walder Frey would have done the exact same thing or worse. But still, you could like, if you really wanted to play devil's advocate, you could say that Walder Frey was just taking revenge for something. Joffrey's just like Joffrey. Joffrey's just, you know. That's why I think he deserves his own personal hell. Personally. Heather, right? Like, if he had stopped at that, maybe there would have been like a way towards forgiveness for his character, but no. He decided that he's going to just be the worst character of the show since the very first episode till his very last episode. Oh yeah, Taylor, absolutely. 100%. And apparently also the actor is a really good person in real life, and he also got like a lot of shit during the show by people for the character, which, you know, from one point of view, like, it must be annoying, but then from the other, it's like, is there a better award that an actor could get than that? Like, there is no Emmy or Oscar like that validates somebody, I feel, as much as feeling like the character that you're playing has brought out these emotions from people. Just his face. He does have, like, you know, what you could call a punchable face, right? No shade towards the actor. I'm sure that with a different script, maybe that thought doesn't even cross our minds. Marzo, he's doing a fantastic job. Then again, I don't think there is an actor in Game of Thrones who isn't. R.I.P. Rose. Oh, I forgot about what he did to Rose. Oh, yeah, fuck Joffrey. Yeah. Yeah, then there's that, right? Like, how can he not exist here? Oh, Bran. Right alongside his sister. Honestly, I really like Bran. Was he a favorite in the previous one, or was he great? I feel like in this previous season, although we didn't get too much of him, I felt like he grew a lot. He grew a lot in the previous season as well. But like, there was this particular scene with Bran in season 3, and it was the scene at the end when he took the decision to like split up the party, split up the group, and told his brother, you know, if something happens to me, you are the heir, you're the heir to Winterfell, you will carry on like the Stark name. And that to me was like so important in showing how ready Bran is to like follow the footsteps of his now late father and late brother. As I said, the Starks are like the best like characteristics of all of them, and I think Bran has showcased a lot of those characteristics already. Bran is a beautiful little guy. He is. Yeah, he is. He's also adorable, but I think in this third season, he has shown like, and it also like helps with how young both these actors. I don't know how old they actually were, but they both look super young, and like the maturity that both their characters showcase in the situations that they're in, it just makes me like them so much. so much. And that particular scene with Bran that I talked about is like it meant a lot to me as somebody who wants to see the Starks succeed. It was like, you know, they have the bloodline is like still the bloodline. These kids are super smart and they're like, they have the right priorities for the most part. Yeah, he was great last season, he was. He has my Spencer blue eyes, so my first thought when I saw Joffrey and what a shit he was, my first thought was like, crap, I better not be related. Yeah, I think that like if you were related to Joffrey, Mama Cat, that would have been pretty concerning, knowing it's his family history, you know. So like, good thing that you remember that he is only an actor. Is that Ethel Merman singing Xmas songs in the background? I honestly have no clue. I honestly have no clue. You guys, by the way, let me know if the music is like too loud or anything. I just thought it's better than just like nothing in the background. Brienne, okay. So like, I'm going to put her here because I do really like her character. I also though feel like she could grow on me a bit more. I did really like her storyline with Jaime. She was in essence the reason why we got to know Jaime so much better in this third season. I still like think that she can grow on me even more, but I really enjoy her character. Archangel, your ears are bleeding. Why? Is it too loud, or is it just like you hate the Christmas music? We need the Reigns of Castamere as a soundtrack. Oh god. Oh, it's a joke, Arcane? Okay. You know, like, there are some people that like cannot stand Christmas music. So like, you never know. But yeah, guys, Brienne to me is a great character, but still has potential to grow even more for me. Marjo, that soundtrack was epic. That was an epic. To me, that was the actual like season finale. I'm just gonna act like the Red Wedding didn't happen, and like that mid-season finale is ending was the season finale. Chuck, I feel you. I'm guessing if you're working like at a place where Christmas music plays 24/7, you reach a point where it's like it reminds you of like the work, your job as well. And it's like, enough. Love the various Game of Thrones soundtracks. I would love to have Game of Thrones soundtracks playing in background, guys, but I don't know like what the deal is with copyright and stuff. So like, I try to avoid it during the live streams. Brienne and Jaime actors are hilarious in their interviews together. That's great to hear that they have chemistry off screen as well, because they are great together on screen. You do hate Christmas music. I mean, hey, you only have to deal with it for about a month of the year. Month and a half, depending on where you're at and how early Christmas music starts for you. I usually ask what was the most shocking moment of the season, but no need to ask. Yeah. Now I'm trying to think if I can like throw a curveball at you and say that something other than the obvious thing was the most shocking. But no. Here's the thing though. If I did know that that episode was like, if that episode, for example, was called The Red Wedding, I wouldn't have been as shocked as I was, because I would have been expecting death. So I was so glad that the episode was not called The Red Wedding. So I really got to like, I really did not expect to lose all four, including a direwolf, of the characters that we lost. 5 if you count the unborn child, which we only got to know, like, of course they had to name it Ned before they took it from us. Marjo, send baby Samuel kisses from me. There are some good lo-fi versions of Game of Thrones soundtracks out there. Okay, Taylor, then I might have to look into those and see what the copyright things are that we can use on these streams as background. In the States, they start playing Christmas music in stores on November 1st. That's a bit too much. I love Christmas, but I feel like in order to like Christmas, Christmas needs to happen during Christmas and not a whole 1 or 2 months before Christmas. That was a pretty shocking moment as well, Heather. I did not expect Sam to kill the White Walker in that scene. But Sam is a quiet little badass in the making, so... Okay. Where am I putting you? She could grow on me. She could, but like, I'm also gearing towards meh, but no, I'm going to put him in the could grow on me tier. The scenes he has with Tyrion are often pretty funny. But outside of saving Tyrion and like being Tyrion's right-hand man, he really hasn't developed too much as a character, so like, I don't know. I could never put him anywhere higher. So I think this tier is good enough for him. Oh god, they had to put this picture of Catelyn as well. They had to, like, could have picked any other image, but they picked her final moments. And I'm going to put Catelyn in the great character tier list. I wasn't the biggest Catelyn fan until this 3rd season. I felt like, you know, her disdain for Jon Snow kind of rubbed me the wrong way since the beginning, and she made some like decisions during Rob's campaign that, in my opinion, really jeopardized it. Of course, Rob himself made a lot of decisions later on that did the same thing. But I felt like in this third season, Catelyn, first of all, that monologue that she had regarding Jon Snow and how she felt about him, and just like everything about that was very powerful and made me sympathize with her a little bit more regarding that aspect of your story, you know. Still sucks that she couldn't love, as she called it, a motherless child. But like, at least it put her feelings towards him more like in a better perspective for me. And just overall, her character at the end of the day had a very tragic story and ending. From the beginning that we got her in season 1 up until her final breaths, basically. It couldn't have been any worse, right? She left one of her childs paralyzed. She left, right? She went to King's Landing, lost both her daughters, her husband got killed. Probably before she died, she probably thought her daughters, or rather at least one of her daughters, or wait, she didn't know, but her sons, she thought, were dead as well. And she saw her oldest get killed in front of her with his woman and her grandchild inside of her, and then got killed. So like, if we want to talk about tragic characters in this show, I don't think it gets worse than Catelyn. Right, Heather? They couldn't resist themselves from putting that as the picture for Catelyn. The gut-wrenching howl Cat let out when Rob was killed, yeah. Honestly, Mama Cat, one of the highlights of the season. No joke. Just that acting performance. In an interview, Michelle mentioned she was quite ill while filming that infamous red wedding scene and used it to her advantage. I can see like that aiding that performance. I can see it. But it's also amazing that like she could deliver that scene with all that scene entailed while sick. Hello Alex, hello. We've basically only just started the tier list. We've already placed some of these characters in their rightful tiers. You can see here what these tiers represent. And yeah, we're just discussing how tragic Catelyn's story was up until her end. It's amazing how very different the character Michelle played in The White Princess. I have not seen that. Shows what a phenomenal actress she is. What is The White Princess, Mama Cat? I have no idea what that is. Game of Thrones, the most popular soap opera in history. I mean, we could describe it as a soap opera in a certain way. Dan, hello by the way. I don't know if I've greeted you. Don't you put Sir Davos in the corner? We have not ranked Sir Davos yet. Right, Alex? Just like... White Princess is story of the War of the Roses. Now I'm going to have to ask, what is the War of the Roses, guys? Tudors vs Yorks. Okay. Okay. Absolutely hated her guts in The White Princess. Another amazing performance. Also, she played... Okay, she played like a hateable character. English history. Yeah, I figured. Dan, I figured. The White Queen is a story about Elizabeth Woodville marrying King Edward, Roman numerals. The White Princess is their daughter who marries King Hendrik. Is that supposed to be Hendrix? Henry, okay. Okay. Guys, we've reached Cersei, and Cersei, I was honestly tempted in putting her as a favorite. It's just that, like, in almost every scene that Cersei is in, I have like the biggest laughs on the show. As I've already said in my reactions, it's between her and Tyrion as the two funniest characters for me in this show. But I'm going to just like place her where I had her in the previous tier list, which is like, she's just a great character. Can't quite put her as a favorite just because of what her character has ultimately been like. She's been like the cause of a lot of bad that has happened towards our favorite Starks, and at the same time I can't help but really enjoy her character, and whenever she's on screen it's just like a highlight of the episode for me. It's just, I appreciate how like she's so like, she's not for playing cozy to anybody. Like that scene with Marjorie, for example, when she told her, "Call me sister again, and I'll have you strangled in your sleep." Just looking at her dead in the eye, letting her know how disrespectful her calling her sister was to her. Or that scene with Loras, which is just so like, at the same time intimidating and at the same time hilarious. I can't put her anywhere other than great. In the books, Cat's story doesn't end here. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. I'm not going to like ask you to expand upon that, Heather, because I don't know if that will be a spoiler for me or not. But that's very interesting. The author of the books also wrote The Other Boiling Girl. You may have heard of it. I haven't, Alex. Starz is offering White Princess and its sequels in the US. Starz is like a streaming service, right? She's known to take some artistic liberties, but so entertaining. Lena Headey, Alex, Cersei, the actress. Yeah, Heather. She's horrible but great. Can't help but love her. Yes, Raphael, 100%. 100%. And oftentimes these are like my favorite characters, to be honest. I love a good I love a good antagonist. I love a good bad person. But they need to be good, you know. They need to be written well. They need to be, the performance need to be there, you know. And the Lannisters in general have that like perfectly. All of them. I don't think like even this little piece of shit. Yeah, Alex, she's great. Right, Archangel? That was so... like, she's a comedian, honestly. Is it, Alex? I mean, that thing that, you know, that intrigued me, that her story goes different in the books. That was an intriguing little detail. Okay. Obviously, I think that like I've expressed my love for Dany enough. She's the queen. She's the character that I'm rooting for in this whole thing. Outside of the White Walkers now, I hope just Dany goes to Westeros, kills all the anybody who opposes her, as long as it's not Tyrion and the Starks, and just rules. This is my dream. Like, if somebody asked me my dream scenario for Westeros, is Dany being the ruler, right? And they just live happily ever after. That's how I feel about Dany. But like, what is there not to like about her character? From where she started to where she is now. In 3 seasons, she has gained so much power and so much strength. She has, I think, in many ways also, I don't want to say surprised herself, but I don't think if you had asked Dany of the first season if she could see herself where she is currently, she would have answered with, yep. I think that she has discovered so much of her strength so far in the show, and that is essentially what her arc is for its biggest part. You know, she was a character who was basically just following an idiot, which happened to be her brother, and just being completely like having no like free will and like just going along with whatever he was telling her to do, to becoming, you know, Khaleesi, then the Mother of Dragons, and then having about 50 titles next to her name now, all of them well earned and deserved. What is it, Dan? Are you talking about my picture perfect ending? I know it's not gonna happen. I know that I'm not going to get that. It's just like I'm writing my own fanfiction now. Taylor, they're not. I don't think they have spoiled anything. I mean, I'm pretty certain that I'm not gonna get that I just described. I wish they showed more of the geography outside Westeros that Dany has impacted. All the lands liberated and people freed. Is it more than the 2 kingdoms that we have seen? Have they just been going around freeing even more areas of like that had slaves. It's not much of a spoiler. It's not in the show, unfortunately. Oh, are you talking about Catelyn? Her difference between the show and the books? I thought it was talking about something else. Hopefully you forget. Taylor, I think that if my reactions have showed anything, is that I do tend to forget stuff sometime. It took me a good 20 minutes to remember that Sam had that dragon glass knife. I had a solid rant about how I thought the White Walkers were just weaklings, and then I remembered. You should look up a map of Daenerys, of like the people that she has like liberated. We all wrote our own fanfic. I'm pretty sure. I did see Alex in like our first stream of history and lore. I did check a map of like that had Westeros and then had like the land across the sea and stuff. Okay, so Ser Davos. Ser Davos is a great character as well. I really like Ser Davos. I really do. He like quickly became one of my most beloved characters in the show. He's just such a kind-hearted fella. I think his relationship with Stannis' daughter is the sweetest thing ever. His relationship with Stannis itself is very interesting. I feel like in many ways he truly cares for Stannis, and Stannis, I feel like Ser Davos is like his favorite person in the world, outside of like, I guess, the Red Woman maybe, and like I don't know if his wife is that, but I feel like Stannis really likes Ser Davos. And I mean, I can't blame him. As I said, just he has so many good traits as a person. And I know Archangel is going to like have something to say about Stannis and Davos' relationship at any moment. But like, I like how he interacts, Ser Davos, with all of the characters that he is around. Marzo, 100%. 100%. Arcade. Yeah. I was waiting. I need to run. Oh, Dan, sorry if you've left and I did not greet you off. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you have a great day in whatever it is that you have to do. I'd love to check out some more of George's work. I have not heard of The Prisoner, so I might need to check that out at some point. The guy who housed Dany and Viserys said that the dragon eggs were from the Shadows land beyond Asai. I honestly have no clue where that is. Yeah, I have no clue, Mama Cat, either, to be honest. I think of the White Walkers as frozen wizards, they can fight, but it's not their main power. That's very interesting, Archangel. I think of them as just like winter zombies, but like an upgrade from zombies. Just like winter like monsters in a way. That's how I have them in my head. But I like that comparison with wizards as well. One thing I love watching is people coming up with theories on what they think will happen. Game of Thrones ruins the idea of plot armor and what you think will happen. Yeah, I've definitely come up with a bunch of theories that ended up being just like not what it was at all. But they do give you a lot of stuff to ponder on and think about its character that might lead you down an interesting path that might just not even exist, but you go down that path anyway. Really, Mama Cat? That's sweet. He does have father energy, to be honest. Davos. Davos is the most human character in the show. I'm trying to think. Is he the most human? Yeah. That's like very interesting how you pointed that out. Even the way he thinks about like religion and like how he interacts with magic in a way and stuff. Yeah, I like that. That was a very, very interesting comment. Okay, so we have you. Who is this man? Is he one of the men of the Night's Watch? Is this who this is? Guys. Asai is basically at the edge of the map to the east. The world of Ice and Fire that has more details about the other cities in the Game of Thrones world. In comparison, Westeros is like Scotland to Spain. What? The Shadowlands would be... Oh, okay, I see, Heather. I see what you mean. Yeah, from the Night's Watch. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm tempted to put him at meh. Although, like, the could grow on me, like, tier. I could put, like, almost every character here. But honestly, like, like, if he was written off in Season 4 and they never mentioned him again, I honestly wouldn't even notice. So this is, like, the perfect meh character for me. I couldn't even barely remember who this man was. Okay, so Gendry, who looks very unrecognizable in this picture for whatever reason, looks like a completely different character. But we have Gendry, and Gendry, he could still grow on me. Yeah, I think Gendry can still grow on me. I don't know. I was hoping that his arc was going to be with Arya still. Now that they got separated and now that he left Stannis' camp, I'm very interested to see where he goes as a character. Now that he knows that his bloodline is what it is, or at least his father's bloodline is what it is. But I wouldn't say that he's like a great character yet. He has potential, and that's why I'm going to put him in this tier. I like the actor's performance. I think he's doing a really good job of playing specifically that person who hasn't been anywhere, who is just experiencing like stuff as they come to him, and is coming to find out more about himself. I think his thing of trying to find a place that he can call family is also a very interesting aspect of his character, and I hope like they delve into that a little bit more. Right, Heather? I think that like he has a lot of potential. At the same time, I worry like he could go towards a good direction, but he could also go down a bad path. So like I hope he makes correct decisions, and like our favorite character Theon, and I hope he makes smart and correct decisions in his future. But I like his character. I think he can grow a lot. Mama Cat, I assume you've removed something because maybe it was spoilery. If somebody gets timed out for whatever reason, please let me know. I have a bot moderator, so maybe something that they might consider as spam gets deleted when it's not. He's hot, Taylor. I mean, I can understand that. I respect that. Yeah, he's a good-looking guy. Yeah, Marjo, make sure Samuel is fed and ready for bed, and we'll be right here when you get back. He might grow on you unless Stannis gets a hold of him. Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong, Archangel. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Oh, for typos, Mama Cat? That's okay. Ooh, the other friend of Jon Snow. He goes next to the other friend of Jon Snow. That it's just like I can't even remember their names. Although this particular guy, I did kind of like him, like in the first season or whatever. He had a bit more of a personality, I guess, but like Hodor goes straight to the great tier because Hodor. Gren, that's this guy's name, Gren. This is the first time I've ever heard of that name in my life. Taylor. This is how much of meh Gren is. In the show, at least. I don't know in the books. Chuck, that pretty much says everything we need to say about Hodor. So I'm going to go straight into... Oh, that's the fat boy. Fat boy. That's how I'm going to call him because I can't remember his name. But... Nah, I don't want to put him at meh. I don't want to put this kid in the meh tier. I'm gonna put him on the could grow on me tier. Then again, we might just never see this character again. So in that aspect, this would be the wrong tier to put him at. But in case we do, he can grow on me. So like, this is my thought process behind where I'm putting this little guy. At least I assume this is who I think it is, and I'm not like mistaking him for somebody else. Hot Pie is his name? Is his name Hot Pie, guys? Like Hot Pie? I think Cersei is Gendry's mom. He said his mom had long blonde hair. Cersei told Kat her first son, a black tear beauty. I hope this never, like, they don't touch on this in the show, Mama Cat. I know you wouldn't, like, put spoilers. So I assume they never, like... They never, like, explain that. It's just a theory that exists. Because I'm gonna be honest, like, I did think in first season that, like... When Ned looked at Gendry's eyes specifically, I thought he was going to think like that they were like Lannister eyes. But then he said that he has his father's eyes, which was Robert or something. But yeah, when Cersei said she had a black hair beauty, I felt like maybe it was Gendry and she wanted to like get rid of him. She didn't want him or whatever because he wasn't pure Lannister or something. So she like got rid of him, quote unquote. His name is Hot Pie, he's a baker. But they didn't know that he was going to grow up to be a baker, did they? His parents? So they named him Hot Pie still. That's a great name, to be honest, but like... No, Mama Cat, not silly at all. I like the theory. I really like the theory. He used to walk around selling hot pies. Oh, that's why his name is Hot Pie. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, Mama Cat, I know. Just, you know, sometimes maybe you write something without really thinking, and it might have a bit of a spoiler in it. I'm just making sure. In truth, I don't know what happens, so like anything might seem like a spoiler to me. Alex, I thought that was like his actual like name. His government name was Hot Pie. That's why I was like, who would name their kid Hot Pie? I mean, some had some pretty horrible name suggestions about the kid that eventually got named Sam, but nothing quite like Hot Pie. So Jaime is great, guys, but he's one great season away. He's one season away from even possibly going up to like a favorite. He's not quite there yet, but if his arc continues in the same way that it has, and if he actually tries to like protect Sansa while he's at King's Landing, I might really consider upgrading Jaime to the favorite tier. We'll see. So far I'm going to put him, matter of fact, let's put him right next to his One True Love. So far him and Cersei are like at the same level of enjoyment for me, but Jaime has potential to like, if they continue with his character, he can like be easily one of my favorite characters. There's just so much to Jaime, so much to him as a person. I was scared that we might lose him this season. We haven't, so we get at least one more season of Jaime. I do fear for Jaime. I feel like, as I've discussed I think a lot of times, he is a character who is like, in my opinion, he has potential to be the next one to go as far as our death toll goes, and it would be a pretty significant loss for the Lannisters, who, by the way, as I said, have done nothing but win this whole show. But it's just Jaime has so much to him as a character that like he's already great, and he can like go even higher in my eyes in the future seasons. Have any of y'all checked out the Game of Thrones comics? I didn't know that there were Game of Thrones comics, Taylor. I didn't know that. I mean, it makes sense. Okay, so we have this guy, and I did say when his character and his sister were introduced that I would forget what their names were, and I have. How was he called again? He's gonna go on the he could grow on me tier, because we really haven't really gotten to know him. He got introduced to us in how is that pronounced, Archangel? Jojen? Is it Jojen Reed? The comics are more loyal to the books. That's very interesting. Yeah, Jack, somebody mentioned that at the beginning of the stream about the animated Game of Thrones spin-off. Somebody mentioned that, and it would be very interesting. Jojen, okay. So Jojen Reed, he got introduced as a character, but we really didn't get to know him a lot outside of like what his abilities are, and that he really wanted to find Bran and teach him about Bran's abilities. So I think this is the appropriate tier for him and his sister whenever we reach his sister. One of the history and lores actually gives more info about the Reeds. Yes, I'm expecting to get some more info about that ability in general, just the ability of like inhabiting animals and creatures and like apparently humans, which only Bran is capable of. The wolves automatically like Jojen, he must be good. I mean, I trust our good boys and their judgment, so oh, Jon Snow. He almost got killed by the woman he loved in the last episode of season 3. And of course, he's still a favorite character of mine. Now he's back with his boys at the Night's Watch. I honestly, I expected Jon's time with the wildlings to go a little bit differently than it did, but I still enjoyed Jon Snow a lot in this third season as well. Yeah, I think my feelings for Jon Snow have remained the same. I think his character is still, in my opinion, probably the closest of Ned's children to Ned. I feel like he embodies the most of Ned Stark as a character, and also he himself is first of all, the actor is doing a great job, and you can't help but feel like whatever Jon Snow is doing at the end of the day, he is doing it for a good reason, right? Even if you think like him abandoning Ygritte in the previous season might have been like a bit of a weird move. Again, I feel like he felt him being there might have even put her in even more danger, right? Because she was trying to defend him, you know? So him removing himself from that situation to me felt like the smartest thing he could have done. Although I wish he had stayed so that he could possibly see Bran. But I just feel like I think Jon always just has a good motive. He wants to do good. Has he made maybe some bad decisions? Sure. But I just really like Jon Snow as a character. It's kind of rare for me to like characters like Jon Snow in shows. The characters that are like almost too good in a way, if you guys know what I'm saying. But Jon is just the right amount. He's very similar to how Ned was. And of course the performance, as I said, by the actor is really good. That he instantly was one of my favorite characters and has not dropped since season 1. The hair alone, says Archangel. Hello Sav. How are you doing? Welcome. Of course, Dan is going to be number 1 always. I think you guys by now know there's like certain characters that are forever going to be in that tier. Right, Mama Cat? I didn't like immediately like think of it that way. I just thought he left. He was literally trying to escape. He wasn't thinking. But then upon rethinking the situation, it's like Ygritte was going to fight for Jon. She already got in a tussle with that other red-haired wildling guy. It just felt like the bigger the escalation was, like it was getting pretty dangerous for Ygritte. So Jon removing himself to me was just the best idea. Hello Kliana, hello. Welcome to the stream. We are at the tier list section and we've ranked a good number of characters so far. You guys can see if you just joined, by the way. Here are the tiers and the characters that we have ranked so far. Please feel free to tell me in the chat if you agree or disagree with any of these rankings so far, if you have any questions. Your virtual godson is a glutton. I'm waiting, he fall asleep, and after I'm just by myself and my 5 dogs and I can listen better. I hope he falls asleep pretty quickly, Marzo. Sav, didn't I say to you that you already lapped me and is probably going to finish the show by the time I reach season 5 with the way that it's going? Yeah, Alistair would have killed her if he took her with him. I didn't think of him killing her if Jon Snow took her, but that is also a possibility. I just thought while the tussle was going on, someone of the wildlings could have killed Ygritte. At the end of the filming, Maisie Williams said she was glad she didn't have to see Kit Harington's perfect hair every day. Did she feel like, was she jealous of how good his hair looked? Cause I am jealous of Jon Snow's hair. Let's be real here. Yeah, another good-looking guy that is no surprise that has a big fan base. Oh, where shall we put? She was getting a hair complex. Mama Cat, the thing with like bringing Ygritte to the wall, I don't think Ygritte would have ever wanted to be there in the first place. And like, even say he took her there and she just accepted it, what was she going to do at the wall? Like, she was going to do what? Fight with the crows against the wildlings? What was going to be like her future if Jon Snow took her to the wall? Sure thing, Alex. I'm glad that you joined us. The live stream, the remaining of the live stream will still be up, guys, as a VOD, as a video, for anybody who feels like it's getting too late for them, or you have something else you need to do. Don't worry, the stream will be available later on for you guys to check out. Thank you so much, Alex, for joining us, and I hope you have a great night's sleep if you're going to bed. Yeah, I hope we see you in the future reaction videos. Yeah, Mama Cat, it was a lose-lose situation, definitely. Have a good one, Alex. Sleep well. Ser friend-zoned. She was friend-zoned. Oh wait, no, you mean about... Okay. I was thinking you were talking about Ygritte? No, but yes. Yeah. I feel like she can still grow on me. Although no, she can still grow on me. It's just that he has kind of remained the same. I feel like he has remained the same character from episode 1 of season 1 till now. And that's kind of weird to think about, because like I feel like most of the other characters have had some type of progression, and Zora has just remained like the same guy. And in a way, it's like we still don't fully know what his ultimate goal is. I mean, I get it. His ultimate goal is to help Daenerys reclaim the throne, and he appears to have a thing for her, definitely. But like, I don't know, Zora is kind of an enigma to me still. He's just like, you know, I'm very now that I thought about it, he truly has been like kind of the same. He hasn't really evolved. I don't know how to describe Zora. We like that he's on Daenerys' side, obviously. But like, why haven't we gotten to know him more throughout these 3 seasons? Really, Archangel? He does. I don't know, guys. Am I being too hard on Zora? Has Zora had a decent enough growth character-wise through the span of like 3 whole seasons? Because I feel like he has kind of stagnated as a character, to be honest. Mama cat. Zora is also much older, not as old as Barristan, but more set in his ways. Yeah, I guess, but that is not like... I don't have an issue with how Zora like views the world, I guess. It's just like we've been seeing this character consistently for 3 seasons, and I feel like he hasn't grown enough. Oh, Archangel, I'm so sorry to hear that. So sorry to hear that. My condolences, rather. Yeah, guys, please send your love Archangel's way. Archangel, I mean, yeah, I can see that, definitely. Yeah, Zora is also a good-looking guy. Sucks that he has competition now in the camp. And the competition is going straight for Dany's heart. He's loyal, he's head over heels in love, he's dedicated to a fault. Yeah, those are all true. I guess like we did get to see Zora's care for Dany kind of expand as we got to know him more. I guess that is a way that his character has grown. Mama Cat, I'm so sorry to hear that as well. Did he at least like he lived a good life? He was he like, did he go old? Sending hugs to everybody in chat that has lost a loved one. I mean, I just condolences to anybody in the chat that has lost a family member or anybody close to them. And I know like the whole decision is a time when, you know, you are thinking about those loved ones a lot. Right, awesome dads. That's like, I bet they look down on that comment, Archangel, and like that's all they would have liked to be, definitely. Zora has a thing for blondes. I don't know. So far, we've only seen Zora have a thing for one character, and that is who just happens to be a blonde. If he starts just generally going around professing his love to other blondes, then I can subscribe to your theory. Heather, I'm not going to even try and question Zora's love for Dany. If I was in his situation, it would be the exact same thing. No questions asked. I mean, I feel him 120%. Oh, Archangel. Sending virtual hugs to you, my friend. He lived his best life. He was army fighter, lost to Alzheimer's. I see. I mean, hey, Mama God, this is like all we can ask for. Like, live a full life, be lucky enough to grow old. You know, see our children. You know, if we have children, see them like grow and prosper. That's all we can ask for at the end of the day. His wife was blonde. Are you talking about in the show, Taylor? Have we seen his wife in the show? Zora is a story of tragedy, sent to spy on her, fell in love with her, but she's not even looking at him. Yeah, Zora is the ultimate friend zone character. That is sad. Would I call him a story of tragedy though, when we had whatever is going on with Catelyn, for example? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, if we delved more into Zora's backstory, like, I need to know, like, what was like the thing with his father that we got to know a little bit about in the previous season, and they hardly expanded upon. You know, when he probably thought that his son was a traitor and whatever, he was meant to give him that sword that he ended up giving to Jon Snow. You know, what was the whole beef with him trading slaves? I mean, I get the beef, but like, is there more to that story? That type of stuff. That's what I'm talking about. Zora has just stagnated a little bit as a character. Oh. Yeah, Taylor. I mean, yeah, he was kind of talking about his wife leaving him eventually, despite him literally selling slaves to get more money for her. If I remember that story correctly. I just didn't know that she was a blonde as well. Hence my current aversion to holiday movies. Sorry, I'm not usually such a Grinch. You're not a Grinch, Archangel. It's 100% understandable. You know, whatever people like it takes to grieve, to properly grieve, because grief is also an important feeling. You know, whatever you're feeling is valid 100%. Just again, all my virtual love, Archangel, to you. It's a strange way. My English is too bad to explain, but we are here for Game of Thrones, and they're a Greek guy. But I feel like a bond with all of us who adore our Greek guy. I feel like it's a bond with you guys, who are just very nice and kind people to one another, and a mutual bond over Game of Thrones. You know, which kind of like leads to you guys, you know, discussing and just of being really good people, bonding and being really nice to one another. Why all the women live in Zora? Are they blind and deaf? I mean, at least so far we've heard of one woman leaving him and another not really seeing him in that way. Oh, Mama Cat. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. You know what? Maybe we should start. Like, I noticed that the music has kind of like ended. Maybe that kind of like has brought down a little bit the. Let's have some music playing again. Hopefully, you know, kind of like gets us in a bit of a better mood. Yeah, if you don't have something nice to say, that's good life advice, just in general. I subscribe to that often. Very often. Cleana. Raphael, this is basically what I've been saying. He has been a character with minimal growth for 3 seasons. That is true. At least he's fighting for the good side. Okay, I think we've wasted just too much time on Zora for no particular reason. For a character that hasn't grown a lot, we've talked too much about him, I feel. So Miss Olenna is definitely a great character. It really took her 1 episode to like become like one of the funniest characters in the show, and like I really loved how she approached specifically like that conversation she had with Tywin, you know, Tyrion also, but specifically the talk she had with Tywin. It's like it showcased like she's very intelligent, very strategic, very similar to Tywin in many ways, which I understand now why her house has prospered in the way that they have, and they are like approaching Lannister status, at least like being the second wealthiest family in Westeros, because she has some of the same characteristics that Tywin has rather, but just in general a more kind-hearted person. Definitely, I would say. Best tier. She's not best tier yet. She could, much like Jaime, enter that tier by season 4, definitely. I just need to see some more of your character to make that decision in the end. Lady O is amazing. Yes, she's very good. Olenna is your spirit animal? Yeah, Mama Cat, I remember you saying that in one of the videos in the comments. I mean, listen, a great aspiration and role model. If you also like go after like that wardrobe, that would also, I feel, that would really work. Olenna rules, yeah. Commands the screen every time. Exactly, Heather. Similar to Tywin. That's why I feel like they're like two sides of the same coin. The ultimate badass granny, yes. Yeah, Archangel. Although I feel like she's the type of character who can mince words in order to get something that she wants. For example, Cersei, I feel, although Cersei has also done that, she's not like, I feel like Olenna will lie to somebody to gain the upper hand. Mama Cat. I think the Lannisters are used to either brown nosers or yes men. Olenna gives them a run for their money. Absolutely. I feel in general like the Tyrells have been giving the Lannisters a run for their money. Marjorie is also doing a fantastic job. You know, it's like, yeah, the Lannisters have some competition right now. Speaking of the Tyrells, we have Loras. And Loras could grow on me. Again, just another character that, unlike Marjorie, we have not seen too much of Loras. I felt like after the death of Robert's brother, who I'm kind of blanking on his name right now. Oh god, why am I forgetting? The man that the demon baby killed. Help me out, guys. Oh god. Renly, thank you, Barry. Oh my god. I felt like that after Renly's death, we were going to get some more of Loras than we have, to be honest. I felt like his arc was going to be, you know, as he said, a vengeful arc. He would be out to get revenge on Stannis, and I feel like we still might get that. Hopefully in season 4 we get some more of Loras. I feel like out of the Tyrells, he has been like the least developed so far, and I'm talking about Olenna, Marjorie and Loras. So I hope we get some more of him in season 4. Sword Solar Threat. That line still is like that was like, it came so like out of the blue, to be honest, from Olenna's mouth. I was not expecting it. But yeah, I'm just hoping we get some more from him. I think his character has a lot of potential. And I feel like his character, in comparison to Cersei, can also just provide some comedy in the upcoming season, and I hope we get more of that. Zora's father is here. He can't grow on me because he's dead. So I unfortunately have to put him at meh. He wasn't really meh. I liked the commander. He was, although at the end of the day, him not feeling like he could go against a man like Craster just because of like what he was providing to the men of the Night's Watch, and like basically just again the whole concept of like it would be disrespectful towards somebody who is like providing for us, although Craster wasn't really providing for them, but at least giving them shelter, you know. In the end, that ended up being like the downfall of this man. But it's not that he was a bad character in any way. Yeah, rest in peace, Lord Commander. Just a horrible. That whole scene was just like a mess. Just a mess. I still remember, like, just like there was no reason for a lot of that to have happened in the first place. At least you want to get to know him and you remember more. Yeah. That floored me that Lord Commander knew when I first saw that. I mean, it didn't surprise me really. He has been the Lord Commander for some time now, and it felt like Craster's whole operation thingy has also been going on for some time. So I wasn't really surprised by that. Yeah, Archangel, I'm glad that we really didn't get to see that guy again since. I fear that we might see him again in the future. But that was the last that we saw of that character in season 3. Choose your battles, absolutely. Oh, we have the king beyond the wall, behind the wall, beyond the wall. What's the title? Mance, right? Mance, he could grow on me. His character has potential, but ultimately we've seen too little of him in this third season for me to like put him anywhere else. I wouldn't say he's mad, just because I do believe that his character can grow on me a lot. He has potential, but I think that this is the correct tier for him. Archangel, yeah, unfortunately I fear we will. Oh, Marjorie. Marjorie is a great character. I really like how she handled the situation of having to literally coexist daily alongside this horrendous creature right here. She has handled everything very well. You can tell she takes from her mother. Although not quite the smartest, she has her own way of doing things that also happens to be very, very effective. Obviously very capable, very intelligent, very cunning. Yeah, I think there's not a lot to not like about Marjorie. And I do feel that she has potential to, like, for me to like her even more in the future seasons that we get of her. I just hope she frees herself from Joffrey at some point, cause like her having to pretend like she enjoys listening to all the stories about how people got killed in that dungeon and about the severed heads and stuff just sounds very unpleasant. And I do not envy her at all. But hey, she's taking a bullet for Sansa at the same time, at least. But yeah, I like Marjorie. What the hell is this? Huh? Guys, help me out here. What am I seeing here? Is that... What is that? Is that the Lord of Light? Like, what is that? That's fire? What is this? Guys, I'm very confused. Do you guys have any idea what this is? I'm genuinely like... Guys, do you know who this is? It's the Slave Master. Are you serious? It's the Slave Master when Danny's little boy was breathing fire down on him. It's literally just like him being burned alive. Yes, the guy that got toasted. I was genuinely like, what am I looking at? I thought that maybe that was the Lord of Light or something. What a picture. I mean, listen. If Catelyn had to have this as her picture, then this is like, yes. I'm glad they did it this way, although I was confused for a bit. But yes, this is the image of him that we should have. Yes, Marjorie, I know, I said only nice things about Marjorie. Yeah, and Marjorie is a fantastic name as well. Yes, he's that little piece of shit, and he goes to the FU tier. Finally, we haven't had anybody enter this tier, surprisingly, so far. They are saving all the, because I'm sure, trust me guys, this is going to be a big enough list, okay? And this is the first entry of the list. I'm very glad that this is the picture that they ended up using for him. Just for multiple reasons, he's just in the FU tier. I mean, I don't think there's more like straightforward FU character than this man. Just horrible in every way. Yeah, the fact, at least, but he was like involved in one of the best scenes of the whole season, and so I guess he gets some brownie points for that. But he got burned alive, that's why we like that scene a lot. We have the sister. Guys, if you could remind me of your name. Sister Reed. But what is your first name? Hopefully, if we get these two characters some more in season 4, I'll eventually memorize their names. She goes right next to her brother, though, for pretty much the exact same reasons. We didn't get Mira. I like that Archangel is not sure. Yeah, Mira. Right, Marjo? He thought he made a horrible mistake in judgment. Yes, Mira. Okay. Yeah, Mira is going right in the she could grow on me tier, because she can, much like her brother. We haven't seen enough of them yet to make a judgment one way or another. I thought her scene with Osa and them skinning the rabbits and arguing was pretty funny, but other than that, she's just been there, just kind of been there. Okay, Melisandre. Where should we put Melisandre? Melisandre is going in. I don't want to put her in the fuck you tier, although in a way I do dislike her a lot for just some of the stuff that she has done to some of the characters. I don't want to put her in the meh tier though, because that's not how I feel about her. Ultimately, I'm going to put her in the she could grow on me tier. I feel like she could end up being a similar situation to what we had with Jaime in this past season, where we just get a season where she has a whole I don't want to say transformation, but as we get to know more about her character and why she's so subscribed to this whole Lord of Light spiritualism religion thing. I don't know, I feel like again her character is an interesting character and she has potential to grow some more in the future seasons. she is kind of like the cause of a lot of death, and I fear some more death in the future. And she also in many ways just feels like a con artist, in the way that she, for example, that scene with Ser Davos bringing in the news about the White Walkers, and her then kind of like acting like she saw the White Walkers coming in the flames. That was such a con artist. That had such con artist energy, like card reader type stuff. But I feel like she can grow on me still. She's growing on Bran. Who is growing on Bran? Taylor? Are you talking about Mira? Daughter of Holland Reed, friend of young Ned. Oh, I don't think. Oh, we did hear about their father, I think, at some point when he was informed about Ned's death. Don't worry, Marjo. Don't worry about the capitalized letters. I don't know if I got behind. My daughter called from Nashville. Looks like Dany, acts like Arya. Wow, that's an amazing combination, Mama Cat. You should be very, very proud of your daughter. I hope everything is well. Archangel. She is, although it has never been for a good reason. Whenever Melisandre is naked, something bad is going to happen. So it doesn't hit quite the same. Oh, Bran likes Mira in the books. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe will he like her in the show as well? I guess we'll have to see. Right, Barry? That's exactly how I felt about that scene. Like, don't try and act like you saw anything on those flames outside of fire. Like, you only saw just fire and that's it. You didn't see anything. Stop lying to Stannis, okay? By the way, guys, cheers. I have poured myself a little bit of wine. Oh, Marjo, yes. I hope at least the symptoms have kind of died down a little bit. I remember when I went through COVID, the worst part was me losing taste for about a week and a half. That was probably the worst. Like, that was the worst part of COVID for me. I didn't have taste. Like, I was eating. It felt like I was eating like I don't know. It felt like I was eating paper for about a month and a half, no matter what I had in my mouth. I hope you're doing better, Marzo. Archangel, I've been kind of thinking about that. That must be a record for a show, right? I don't think there's ever been a show with this many main characters missing that part. Chuck, Cersei is my inspiration. I should rather say drunk Cersei is my inspiration. We have Dany's latest companion and advisor, who again I am forgetting the name of. We need to start hearing these characters' names more often. I feel like this is what I'm going to blame this on. What is this girl's name? Chat. I feel like it's kind of a long name, isn't it? I play Game of Thrones free slots. Missandei. See, I was thinking, like, I remember that her name reminded me of Melisandre's name. Right, Missandei. Exactly, Cleana. That's what I was thinking. That's why I said it was a bit of a longer name, because like I was thinking like along the lines of Melisandre. Missandei. Okay. Yeah, she's in the Good Grown tier for similar reasons as all the other characters, outside of maybe Zora and the Red Woman, is that we have not really seen too much of them. I really liked her in the scenes with the slave owner, how she was going out of her way to present a somewhat diplomatic translation, despite the fact that Daenerys was understanding everything. I'm glad that she was doing like the best of her abilities, and all the eye rolls she was doing during whatever that man was saying were so funny. And I was very glad that Daenerys took her under her protection as well, and now has her as, you know, somebody who she can get advice from as well, you know, kind of a female perspective alongside her. I like, guys, how it's like Narth, and then Berry with Nath. Right, Marzo? Isn't it horrible? I hated the fact that I could not taste stuff. So, guys, is it Narth with an R, or is it Nath without the R? Because Taylor also called it Nath without the R. Or is it written like Narth but pronounced like Nath? Oh, without the R, okay. Narth. Rather, okay, so see, now I got it confused. So it's Nath, okay. It's on the books, okay. It sounds the same with a British accent anyway. It's kind of like fairies and fairies, Archangel. Like fairies, the mystical creatures, and then the boats. Like, to me, when I hear a British person pronouncing them, it kind of sounds the same. We have our friend Osa is here. I really like Osa. I'm going to put Osa in the great character tier just because she is great. I really loved in this third season specifically how much of a protector's role she took over Bran and Rickon, and her telling the Reed siblings to take care of Bran because he means the world to her was such, like, it hit me. That was such a powerful line to me, because Bran was in desperate need of a character like Osha in his life at the state that he was in, and I feel like their relationship, like, happened so naturally. She took the protector's role so naturally over this kid, essentially, right? Yeah. That she noticed was in need of someone like that in his life. So I feel like her bond with both Stark sons was very pure. So I was very happy she said that, to kind of like confirm how I felt. Boston accent doesn't pronounce the R's either, so my name is pronounced Heather. Saying Nath is almost as bad as saying Karth. The greatest. If you're in Boston, North. If in Texas, North. I wish I could do accents so I could, like, so that those could sound like they are supposed to sound. What do you mean, Archangel? Even Osha? First of all, don't be disrespectful to Osha, okay? That's the first thing. Where did you think that I was going to put Lord Mormont? I mean, he's cool or whatever, but like, he was never that, you know, that important of a character to me. Easy, Taylor? I had no idea. Oh. Okay. But Osha has literally saved Bran's and Rickon's lives. I feel like at least twice so far in the show. Definitely helped them with the Greyjoys in helping them escape. So like, how are we weighing this? Are we putting the Valyrian sword that he gave Jon higher than the lives of Bran and Rickon? Archangel. I don't know what to say. Other than I hope he's enjoying the stream as well. But I don't think Mormont ever had the chance to be anywhere other than me, to be honest. I never particularly like. He was kind of there. She didn't quit Marjo. Also didn't quit Bran. Bran told her that she didn't want her to come with him. Panzerbjorn, I will admit that I felt a little bit wrong putting him next to those other two guys, and the truth is I might have needed to add one more. Maybe I should have added a 7th tier that could have been just good, I guess, or like okay or whatever. I couldn't put him in the he could grow on me category because the man is dead, so like he could never grow on me anymore. He's gone. So like the only other solution was meh. I mean, I don't make the rules, although I definitely did make the rules for this tier list. Mama cat. First of all, even the fact that there is a massive that there is an Osa versus Mormont debate at all is kind of funny. Oh, Panzerbjorn, are you Archangel's man? Hello and welcome to the stream. Heather, you know what? You guys are right. Okay, listen, wait. There's something that we can do. We can create it. You know what? You guys won just because Archangel's man took the time to like come and join us in the chat for Lord Commander. I'm going to Are we good? Is everybody satisfied with the Mormont tier? And you know what? Since the Mormont tier was created, I'm going to put Zora as well. I mean, since it's made now, it exists. Don't expect the Mormont tier to make a return in Season 4 tier list. I assume that Lord Mormont will not be an option in the next one that we do, but I feel like you guys have made valid points. Panzerbjorn, I'm glad that Archangel has not badmouthed anybody in this community. I don't make the rules. I mean, all hail Lord Commander. Category suggestion. He died? How? For whom would that set? Like, which characters do you have in mind for that tier? There's another Mormont. So you're saying that the Mormont tier might return at some point? I don't know. Maybe daughter niece Mormont will be good enough for me to put her in the great tiers right away, if you know what I'm saying. She would be like, she would have enough impact for me to, like, you know, to not have to create a separate tier for her. Yeah, Marjorie, 100%. Yeah, she didn't do it. She's like, I feel like she wanted to be with Bran to protect him. Your English is so good, Marjo. Like, I haven't had any issue understanding you at any point. Archangel, I'm actually like super happy that he feels that way about these characters. I mean, if we can't feel like this passionate about these such well-written characters, like what's the point? I don't think so, Cleanna. You didn't like really spoil anything. Can we speak French for 10 minutes? If I could speak French, Marjo, trust me, I would be showing off constantly. He fits a category of lame deaths in your opinions, sort of like Ross. Ross's death was like, there was a level of gravity towards Ross's death to me. Maybe because it was combined with Snake's epic monologue about cows being a ladder and stuff. I do feel like Mormont, Lord Commander, I feel like him getting killed by that idiot is kind of like, it's a shame, you know. But it was due to a situation that he had let go on for maybe a bit too long, which eventually ended up coming back to bite him. So in a way I saw it being very fitting. Archangel. That's great. That's great. No, Barry, I understand what you meant. Like, it didn't have like... I understand what you meant. It didn't feel like... It didn't have the right gravitas. I get what you're saying. But I felt like in a way, it kind of made sense for Mormont. You guys see who this guy is? Who is next in line? Like, I am this close, guys. I'm this close. I'm so close. I could just give Joffrey some company and have this snake burn alongside him. I so want to do it, but I feel like Joffrey deserves his own tier. But I feel like Snake is this close to joining Joffrey. He's so close, so close. I feel like we are one season away for some of these characters to possibly move up to the favorite tier. I feel like we are a season away from Snake joining Joffrey in hell, essentially. I give him just a bit more credit just because he has a different backstory to Joffrey. He is, as horribly as he might have went about it, he is a self-made man, you know. I guess that's at least some type of respect that we can give him, but then other than that, it's fuck you all the way for Mr. Snake. And I do feel that it's only going to get worse. So so I'm going to have him in the... He is in Arya's kill list, I feel. Or no, wait, no, I don't think he is. Arya hasn't really seen him do anything. She doesn't know that he is basically the reason why Ned died. I blame him for Ned's death, I do. I just do. But he's in my kill list, so this is the tier for him. I don't know, I don't think... I would hope you guys don't have any objection about that, because if you do, I might have to start timeout, putting some of you in the timeout, you know. if you guys are against him being in this tier. Bjorn, yeah. But like, unlike Cersei, where I can like agree that she's terrible, Cersei's great is where I can put her in this tier great. I cannot, like, for the life of me, accept this man in any of these, next to any of these characters. So like, there's difference, but yes, he is a very, very well written, acted character. Heather without the entertaining bits, yes. You learn ancient Greek and mythology for 3 years in university, you remember nothing? Did you really, Marjo? We learned mythology when we were like in middle school. Mythology, Greek mythology to us is like children tales, you know, that we listen to. Mama Cat, I feel you, but like, how could she have known where she was, like, what she was signing up for? She couldn't have known what type of monster this man was. Archangel, yes. But also, like, there are certain myths that, you know, have been rewritten, and like there are so many different versions where some of the myths that you might know might be later retellings of the myths, where they truly paint gods as being complete assholes, when in some original myths it's not quite like that. Wait, what coin are you talking about? Is it the coin like when Rose was leaving Theon? That coin? Marjo, to be honest, when I first watched, when I was in season 1, I felt like Snake was more trustworthy than Varys, and that was a horrible mistake to make. So I've learned to like Varys now a lot, and I've learned to despise Snake. Okay, we have the man with the best dick game in all of King's Landing, apparently, and I'm sorry guys, I do not I don't know, can't he grow on me? I guess he did save Tyrion, so we have to put him here. Yeah, he did save. Yeah, I can't not, since he was the one that saved Tyrion's life in season 2. But yeah, we really don't know anything about this kid other than he is great in bed, apparently, and that he saved Tyrion. I guess that's a bit of an important detail for his character. But Pod the Rod. How can you not love Pod? What has he given us? Mama Cat, thank the lords above that you did not run into a Joffrey. Or a Littlefinger, for that matter. But yeah, Pod hasn't really given me much, just in general, outside of being like a comic relief character. So I don't really know where else I could put him. I guess he could grow on me, although I don't know in what way. Of course he's better than that Lannister squire. Of course, like, that's not debate, but like, we're not really setting a very high bar here if this is who we are comparing him to. I mean, I didn't say that he's not a good person. It's just like a bit of an uninteresting character to me so far. He hasn't offered me much, you know, for me to like put him anywhere higher. He did save Tyrion's life. You're 100% correct, and that's why he's not in the Met tier right now. That's why he escaped the Met tier. Saving Tyrion's life gets you out of the Met tier. Archangel, what he wants Hodor to be in the favorite tier or lower? Barry, that's a very good observation. Oh god, Mama Cat. You found yourself a Joffrey or a Littlefinger, or both. It's just being difficult. No, but I want to know, like, I assume he would want Hodor to be higher, which is like, I guess I could, I guess, but like, I hope he doesn't want me to drop Hodor in like some Met tier. That would be like heresy. I feel like I've just judged Hodor. You know? Hodor. You're writing a book, Mama Cat? Is it like a life journal? Life experiences type story? That's very interesting. Bjorn, don't worry about it. It's all jokes. It's all jokes. I really appreciate, like, you know, we having discourse, like debates about the characters. Right, Chuck? I feel like... No. Hodor? No. I would never put Commander Mormont higher than Hodor. I'm sorry. It's just no. That's not how... No. Not how my brain works. Hodor. Like, how can you not? He's like a dog. Oh, that's disrespectful. Bodies from the same house as the executioner who cut Ned's head off? This is you just doomed the man. You just doomed him. This is it. You didn't want to do it, but you did. You didn't want to do it, but you did. But Buddy's a good guy. Yeah, I guess. He shouldn't pay for his house scenes. He shouldn't. This guy, however, this guy goes straight in the FU tier for literally every reason possible. I don't even think that we should expand too much time. We should waste too much time on him. We have the Karstark father, who he killed 2 little kids, so I have the urge to put him in a fuck you tier. And because I don't feel mad towards him, I have feelings towards... Oh, I just put Sam in the fuck you tier. That's horrible. But, like, I was with him in the Catelyn argument. I feel like he was right in that argument. But then when he murdered the 2 innocent children, I was 100% with Rob when it came to chopping this man's head off. So I'm pretty confident in putting him in the FU tier. We have our other Stark, right? That is... Okay, yes. It's not one of the Lannister kids I could have mistaken him for. I feel like he has a lot of potential in future seasons, but I feel like he has been entirely too much of a side character. I mean, I get it, he's way too young for any of this, but I can't really put him anywhere other than the could grow on me tier right now. Yeah, Cleana, I think that they stop having them as rankable characters, if I'm not mistaken, because they're like different tier lists for each season, and I think that they stop having them as options in these tier lists. For example, we didn't have Ned in season 2, so I couldn't put Ned in a favorite tier where I would have put him. Sam is great, and Sam has potential to become a favorite character as well. I mean, he already became the first man to kill a White Walker, so that alone like ups his cool points by 1,000. And I just can't help but love Sam. I've named my godson donkey that Marzo is taken care of after him, for a reason. And he's just a lovable fella. Sam. I really like Sam. I like his arc with Gilly and her child. I like the fact that he's the first man to kill a White Walker. I just like so much of the stuff that they're doing with Sam, even if he's somewhat in the background. Still the only man though to kill a White Walker. Jack, are we going to become the Oscars, where they play like they have the tribute to everybody that had died while they play music in the background? Nikima, you have not missed history and lore. We are finishing up the tier list, and then we're going to jump into the history and lore video. So no, you have not missed the history and lore part. We are still in the tier list part. I better not see comments about this stream being too long. It might end up being too long, but not yet. We still have some time. That is not until hour 7. See? Chuck gets it. We are only in what? We are approaching hour 11, 12, 1, 4. Are we approaching 4 hours, guys? We are 3.5 hours. Just about 3.5 hours. Yeah. It's the weekend. It's the weekend. But welcome, Nikki. I'm glad you could join us. If you have any objections about any of these characters, we have been creating new tier lists to accommodate your guys' objections. So if you have any major beef with any of these, feel free to express it in chat, and I might consider creating a tier list. But am I expected to know who this guy is? This is an image of a man with his head missing and like covered completely with like whatever it is that he's wearing, clothes. And I think it's the archer from the Brotherhood, but there's literally no way of me knowing. Why would you put this image? Why would you use this image? Makes no sense. If he's the archer, he's meh. I mean, being kind of like Legolas' son is cool or whatever, but like in general, the Brotherhood guys were all just kind of meh to me, to be honest. But again, I'm not sure if this is the Brotherhood archer or not. I'm just taking a guess from whatever this picture is giving us, which really isn't much. Yeah, Heather, there's nothing to see. It's like a cut off head of a man, and this is like his head cut off, and this is the rest of his body, and I feel like I see like part of an arrow or a bow right here, so I'm guessing it's the archer. And like they didn't even put in enough effort to give us a good picture, so he's going straight to the meteor. Wait, hold on. Is that supposed to be Rob? Hold on, wait. Hold on, no, wait. Hold on. They did not just play with Rob like that. Guys. No, that is Rob getting stabbed. This is Rob's death scene, guys. Can you guys believe this is the image they used for Rob? This is Rob, guys. Guys, this is so disrespectful. This is so disrespectful. This is when he got stabbed. No, it's definitely Rob. It's definitely Rob. And it's his death scene, and he's getting stabbed by that fucking idiot. The dude, how was he called? Like, the fucker that betrayed them. No, it's not Theon. Yes, because Bolton. Because guys, this is Rob, and then this is Bolton's like thing. I assume. Chuck, even less than that, because what the fuck is this? Like, this is so disrespectful. If this is Rob, like, I'm going to put him at fave only because what the fuck, why is this so disrespectful? Like, I really liked Rob, to be honest. Like, I really did. Okay, I'm not gonna put him at favorite because this wouldn't be accurate. But like, what is this? This pissed me off. That pissed me off. How are you not gonna have Rob's actual like face in the damn picture in his last season alive? Like, and I assume this is Bolton's piece, and the Bolton's go straight to. Yeah, that's definitely Bolton stabbing Rob. Yeah, that's Rob, Mama Cat. Can you believe it? Can you believe the disrespect that they've shown to our boy Rob right now? I'm so close to just closing this tier list. But Bolton goes to the F tier for obvious Stark killing, betraying reasons. Our poor Rose. She can't grow on me, and I liked her character, so she goes in the great character tier. It was very nice to find out that some of you guys told me that she was meant to be just kind of like written off at some point, but they liked her performance, so they kind of kept her character around longer. That in itself is like props to the actress who played Rose. But to be kept on for longer just to go in the way that she did, that was brutal. Honestly, imagery wise, that this one was one of the most impactful deaths, to be honest. It's just the imagery. Wow, Snake was explaining his chaos theory. Yeah. Why did 3 elements? Marzo, my bot that I have for the chat, thought that what you typed was like spam, and it removed it. Sorry about that. Archangel, that's literally that. Yes, that's literally the photo of that. Chuck. This is how it happened in this tier list. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I can see your Bronn argument, but like, I really don't see, outside of saving Tyrion, which is like, yes, we thank you for it, Pod really has done nothing for me in the show so far. But we have the Hound, and the Hound has upgraded into a great character for me. I really like the way that he handled Arya. I really liked the way that he made sure to save Arya from literally seeing even more of your family being dead, although they kind of failed to avoid that with Robb, which is another just horrible imagery right there. But yeah, I feel like the Hound and Arya together are a really good combo. I don't know for how long we're going to get that pairing, but I think I said it in one of the reactions as well. I feel like they could both get things from one another from this relationship. Mac Taylor, if they had done that, I would have closed the tier list. But then if they had done that, we wouldn't be able to tell if that was the wolf or Robb that picture was supposed to be. That's the fucked up part. It could have been either of the two. Chuck, I don't know. Rose had a bit more to do in the show so far. Right, Archangel? Oh, sweet baby Sansa. Our sweet baby Sansa. She's in the great tier as well. I liked Sansa a lot this season. I've been enjoying Sansa increasingly since episode 10 of season 1. Since that episode and moving forward, Sansa has grown on me more and more and more and more. I remember in the beginning I wasn't a big fan of Sansa, but definitely right now, if something happens to her, I'd be like fuming with rage, because she's truly like just a sweet, sweet child that is experiencing a lot of trauma, but despite that has managed to keep herself together to the best of her abilities and try and see some positive aspects in her life at King's Landing at the moment. I've really grown to like Sansa a lot. Archangel, literally and metaphorically, yeah. Bronn crawls on you unless you Cersei. I still remember that thing that you told me about between the actors. Chuck. Well, when you put it this way. But that was not like Rose's defining moment in the show for me. That was like her second scene. If you had asked me back then where I would rank her, I would rank her in the like whatever tier as well. And I didn't put Pod is in the he can grow on me tier. I'm just waiting for him to show me something, like as a character. That's the thing. I'm not discounting him as an interesting bad character. I just need him to like give me something. Give me something to work with, Pod. Give me like show me personality. Show me something. Yeah, Mama Cat, I know. The backstory is with the actual actors between him and Cersei. If that's true, Jack, she has become filthy rich. Because it's literally the if I had a coin, but if that actually happens, she would have all the coins. Very, I might be. I hope that it won't be another 7-hour stream though. But again, thank you so much for joining us. Like I said before, the live stream will be available later on to watch as a pod and finish as a pod, as a VOD, I meant. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your day or night. And yeah, if we're still here, come by again, say hello again. And if not, I'll see you during the reaction videos. But thank you so much for joining us. Where were we? We were with Say. I forgot your name for a second, but Say is also great. Yeah, there's a bunch of great characters in the show. What can we say about Say? I did not like the mistrust that she showed towards Tyrion in regards to Sansa. I did feel like she, by that point, should know better. But I do appreciate how hard she goes for Sansa and for Tyrion. And in general, it seems to me that she's the type of person that just goes hard for the people that she likes. And I really appreciate that, especially when it comes to being at King's Landing. You need somebody by your side who is like Say. I still fear that it's going to end badly for her in the show, but like, I really like her character, and her relationship with Tyrion brings Tyrion so much joy, so I always appreciate their scenes together. She would be, yeah. If she got a coin every encounter she had. The Rose actress did a lol Mao bit in the website comedy rewatch Game of Thrones. Is that a parody? Is Game of Thrones a parody of Game of Thrones? Yeah, I didn't know if the others knew what I meant. Oh, about Lena Headey and Bronze actor. Marjo, 100%. 100%. 100%. It's a comedy rewatch, okay. She got too bitter, needy, annoying for me at this point, even if big Sansa supporter. Regarding the Tyrion Sansa situation, yeah. I wouldn't say she has been too needy in her stay at King's Landing so far. At least from what we've seen. I don't think she has been too needy necessarily. She was at the beginning when Tyrion was trying to convince her that she would need to stay low. But I feel like she has accepted her role, without too much trouble. I feel like she has understood the situation and has acted accordingly for the most part. Game of Thrones is hilarious. This gay barber recaps the episodes, and he has guests, clients in the barber chair. It's a good watch. That sounds like a fun time, definitely. So it's like they're discussing the episodes. Just like in a podcast style manner, but in a barbershop. That sounds like fun. Oh, we have Archangel's favorite character, guys. This is Stannis. And where am I putting Stannis so far in season 3? The barber is mostly just recapping it, but he has fun little nicknames for all the characters. I see. Yeah, watch it up to how far you've been. I might need to give that a watch. Hello Megan. Hello, welcome to the stream. I don't know if I've greeted you. Also hilarious is Game of Thrones as a Seinfeld episode. I can't even imagine how that would look like. Yeah, hello, welcome Megan. Hope you're having a good Saturday, whatever time of the day it is for you. Sadly, the Game of Thrones South Park episodes are not great. That's unfortunate. I'm going to give Stannis the opportunity to possibly redeem some of the negative aspects of his character. I don't quite feel like I'm at the FU level with Stannis yet on the show. I feel like he's kind of teetering. I do appreciate that he seems to have a soft spot for Sir Davos, although he did almost kill him at the end of season 3. I feel like he was trying to find a reason not to do it, though. I do hope that we get some more about him, his daughter, his crazy wife, and some more of just like that whole situation. I feel like the actor is doing a really good performance. He's given a really good performance, rather. And I feel like he could be like, at least now that Rob, his campaign no longer exists, we have to rely on Stannis, guys. Until Dany touches Westeros, we need somebody to like put some fear into the Lannisters' heart, you know? And like, unfortunately, he's our only option to do that. It was so good seeing the Lannisters scared when Stannis attacked King's Landing, you know, outside of Tyrion, obviously. Why did Stream Elements delete your comment, Kliana? Or is it because of the emojis? I need to fix that. I forgot. I should fix that about the emojis. Don't worry, Kliana, it's nothing. Just Stream Elements getting too sensitive about emotes. You found me through the Hereditary reaction, Megan. That's great. I'm glad that you're enjoying the reactions. Hereditary was a great watch. That was a great watch. it's Game of Thrones scenes but edited to be funny and with a laugh track and the Seinfeld theme song. I'm trying to think like how that could work. I guess if they are like Tyrion and Cersei scenes, I mean those are like comedy already. Yeah, Megan, I can see that. It's a great film. Cleana, yeah, they're pretty like scary. Although they did get beat literally last season, but then again, the Red Woman wasn't with him for that battle. Okay, now it's Talissa's turn, and poor Talissa. And now I'm at a bit of a weird situation because I can't put Talissa in the she could grow on me tier because she is dead, so she could not grow on me any more than what she is right now as a character. I don't quite consider her to be great, so should we create, guys, one last tier? Should we? Or is it getting to be too many tiers? I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I create one more tier between these two tiers and name it like good tier? Wait, I could. So, Archangel, should I create a good tier and put Mormont in that tier? Or should I put her in the Mormon tier? Which would be all types of confusing to people who have not watched the stream. You know what? This is what we will do. just cause I think it's funny. No, I wouldn't say that she was meh. Cause like, no, she's not meh, guys. These guys are meh. These are the meh characters. She is a step above meh. She is in the level of I cared for her character. Like, for example, the meh characters. This guy could get killed. Episode 1 of season 4. A boulder falls on his face while he's sleeping and like completely like pummels it. I would not blink. So like these are the mech characters. These are like the ones that could be written off at any point and I wouldn't even notice. Talissa, I did notice when she got killed, and it was a pretty brutal death, and it had effects, you know. Her death was meaningful. There was impact, you know. So I can't put her at meh. So Mormon tier it is. Don't question it. It makes no sense. But you guys get it. You get what the Mormon tier is. So like as long as we understand each other, it's all good. So this is where Talissa goes. She did, albeit inadvertently, get everyone killed though. That's one way to look at it. The other way is she just fell in love with Rob. And that's that. But that is one way to look at it, definitely. If we wanted to be like, to put blame on somebody. Yeah, but even inadvertently, that would be still more Rob's doing than hers, I guess. But I get what you're saying, trust me. That was Rob's hormones, yes. Right, Mama Cat? People will have questions, I assume, if they see just the tier list. But I like it this way. Let's leave it here. Oh, my poor eunuch Theon. Theon is I like Theon, man. I was ready to dislike him once he turned against the Starks. But at this point I've come to feel really bad for his situation, and I hope he gets out from whatever weird torture BDSM room that kid has him locked in. And I don't know where he goes from there, but I hope he at least gets out before it's too late. Theon is another he's a tragic character as well. It's just he made one wrong, but I couldn't even say it was a wrong judgment. He got basically emotionally manipulated once he went back to his father and his family. He was already on the verge, to be honest, to begin with. He made a wrong choice, and that wrong choice has pretty much come back to haunt him tenfold so far. Chuck, I'm sure at some point, the way these images are going, we might as well. I mean, what the hell was Rob, right? Since we have this, might as well give us Theon's favorite toy to rank. She was good, but suspected of treachery, but didn't do anything wrong, but inadvertently got everyone killed. Right? A complex character. Basically the exact opposite of whatever Pod is. Her character had so much in it. But ironically, still, I ranked her lower than Pod, but that's just because that's just how the tiers ended up being. I like her more than Pod, to be honest with you. The thing is, I was ready to put Pod at meh. That's the thing. You guys are upset now, and I've put him here. If I put him where I initially was going to put him, it would have been even worse for y'all. I was generous to Pod. I gave Pod grace because Pod saved the best character next to Arya and Daenerys of the show, so that's what saved him. Look at me. I'm gonna grow a vendetta against Pod just to spite you guys in the reactions. What's your name? I already forgot. You were a priest who didn't believe in God, which is very, I can respect that. But then you saw the Lord of Light and accepted him. Thoros of Myr. Okay. He's meh. He's meh. I will attack, yes. And the wildling guy, he could grow on me, to be honest with you. He could. He has a cool beard, you know. So if they stick with those groups of the wildlings, I can see him eventually kind of growing on me, possibly. But then again, with that same train of thought, Thoros could also grow on me, I guess. So I am honestly leaning towards me for you as well. Just like he was just kind of there. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, these are both in the meh category. The way that I have it in my head. She can bring people back from the dead, meh. But Archangel, it's not him that does it, right? The Lord of Light does it. So if they give me Lord of Light as an option, which is what I thought this was, then I might rank the Lord of Light higher than Pod. Tormund Glantsbane. I assume that's who this guy is. Marge, are you being ironic? Because I remember one specific scene with him that was not sensible or emotional. I actually agree, it's just funny. The fact that he literally brings people back from life, yet remains one of the most uninteresting characters, yeah. It's basically the fact that he, from what we have gathered, he's only been reviving the same one guy again and again and again and again and again. It's like, use that power that you have to revive some people that we actually care for, like Arya tried to like tell him. Just like, instead of reviving your one friend who keeps dying, like, get the message, dude. The guy keeps getting killed, yet you keep reviving him just for him to die again. Like, somebody clearly, if there is a god, clearly wants that guy dead. Heather, for a second I thought you said in the books he revived a cat. And I was like, sounds about right. That would be something that he would waste that power on. But by the way, cats are like great, so I guess he would get bonus points for reviving a cat. But I assume you mean he revived Catelyn in the books. So like, yay. But he didn't do it in the show, so I can't give him brownie points for what he did in the books. You guys know where Tyrion is going. I'm gonna put him right here. What are you doing? Okay. I mean, Archangel, right? Like, you have such power in your hands and you just keep giving it to one man. Bjorn. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it would have been much better than what he had been doing with his powers. Although the cat does have like 9 lives, so like that would technically be wasting a revive, because the cat would just revive on its own. But guys, just let me give Tyrion just some more praise, because I know I already have praised these characters a bunch in the reactions and everything. But like, come on guys, I know you guys love Tyrion. I love Tyrion. Everybody loves Tyrion. He's like easily top 2 for me. Top 3. I really can't separate between Arya, Tyrion, and Daenerys as my favorite 3 characters. Like, they're all equally to me. My 3 favorites. Tyrion is just, there's just so much great about him as a character. The performance is fantastic. The depth of his character, he has so much depth, so much like underlying things that we don't necessarily see expressed all the time in the forefront of his character. He's always there to help. As he said in one of the first episodes, he has a soft spot in his heart for cripples and bastards and all the people that have been hard done by life. And I can really appreciate that. And he has pretty much shown it every step of the way in the show. And he's just hilarious. He's kind. He's also honorable. Although he sometimes tries to act like he isn't. And it's just like everything about Tyrion is like, he's just too good of a character. In a good way, too good of a character. Everything about Tyrion is great. I feel like Sansa has come to a point where she has taken a liking to Tyrion as well. To Tyrion. Not in that type of way, obviously. And I mean, she's just like 14. I mean, you can like, come on. You can understand that. But like, she has taken a liking to Tyrion as a person, I feel like. She has understood that she's dealing with the exact opposite of what she had associated with the name Lannister. Yes, Jack. And I'm going to continue keep praising Tyrion every chance I get. Really? Kilana, is that true? Has he come out and said this? I mean, listen, both of the characters that you guys are talking about, Tyrion and Arya, are great characters. So if they have plot armor, then I'm all for it. Because why wouldn't they? This is a very interesting one for me. Listen, I was tempted, I was thinking of putting Tywin in the FU, but like that wouldn't be right, you know. Although I do have feelings towards Tywin, I feel like that scene when he kind of tried to pretend like he put family over like himself for not killing Tyrion when he was born made me want to punch the screen and his face, obviously. But he did send Joffrey to bed and has shunned Joffrey quite literally multiple times, and I can't lie that he is a pretty cool character and the actor is killing it. So that's probably the biggest jump from what I initially kind of thought. Maybe I'd put Tywin, but then after rationalizing everything, I'm going to put him next to his children, because at the end of the day he is a great antagonist, he is a great villain that I can't really place in the same tier as this motherfucker, or like the slave owner, or the Karstrak dude, or Bolton. Snake is kind of a similar vein, but just fuck Snake. So like, yeah, I really like whenever Tywin is on the screen. The scenes are always like they are filled with something. He brings a lot to King's Landing and to the Lannisters, and just can't really fault the character for being written in the way that he's being written. Everything else about him is really, really good. Tywin on the same level as Ross, but like I'd say that Brienne, like they're not all, they might be on the same tier, they're not all the same. Okay, if it is like actually like if I were to rank these inside the tier, then Ross would be at the end, right? But like none of these are like the same, if we're being completely honest. There are still levels within the character tier itself, you know? But it's if I sat there and ranked them like also inside the tiers, then it would really be a 7-hour stream, and that would just be, I feel like that would be too much. That's the thing. I might need to like just do like a bunch of tiers. I felt like I was covered, but then we get even more tiers. That we might need it. We need a bigger boat. Tywin after the Battle of Blackwater riding into the throne room on his horse, legendary. Yeah, I remember I remember screaming during that moment, being so upset that the Lannisters won, and like at that point I thought Tyrion was killed. So that was a very, very upsetting imagery for me, seeing Tywin barge in with that smug look on his face. Megarino the horse. Yeah, it did. Archangel. That happened at the beginning of the next episode. That happened at the beginning of the next episode. I think it happened at the beginning of season 3. Or was it episode 10? Episode 10. That was episode 10 of season 2. So Ygritte is also going to go in the great tier. I find the actress portrayal to be very, very good. I really liked her scenes. I thought she was very funny. The chemistry she had with Jon Snow, obviously them being together in real life, was undeniable. And yeah, I really liked her character. I got very pissed off at her, but that was just me carrying over my feelings after the 9th episode into the 10th episode, and seeing her trying to by afterwards I kind of like realized like she wasn't trying to kill Jon. Like I felt like she could have aimed for like more vital organs had she wanted to actually kill Jon. She literally just wanted to kind of send him a message of like, this is how much you hurt me by what you did. And she kind of like did it in a literal physical way. I was very pissed off at her for that reaction, but I still really like her character, and I hope she and Jon get to be together again eventually. Can you move the chat column over to make room? We can do some of that. We can do some of that. We can do some of that. Let's see. But I still want to see your guys' names. Oh god. Is this good, guys? Am I in the way, guys, of the tier? Because I'm not seeing the feed of the stream right now, to be honest. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Yeah, I'm kind of in the way as I see it here, guys. You guys can kind of see the faves tier, and then I'm kind of in the way between the faves tier and these characters are great tier. That's not ideal. That's not ideal. I feel like, can you guys, is it okay, guys? Can we keep going like this, or would you like me to change maybe the camera placement? I just don't want to like start messing with the camera and stuff at this point. Yeah, it's good, it's fine. Okay. Okay, so at least just to like avoid kind of like going to OBS and trying to change kind of like the camera stuff. Although, let's see, give me a second. I can like go right here so that you guys can like, right, since the Joffrey tier is not going to get too many entries, we can like do that at least for until we finish the tier list, and then I can move myself back to where it usually is for the reactions and stuff. It's okay, it's okay. It wasn't too much. It wasn't too much of a hassle, to be honest. So we have Rob's uncle, right? Am I remembering correctly? It was his uncle. And he is straight up meh. You feel less important than this. It's okay. I'm bringing myself down to Joffrey's level to see how it feels to be down in the pits of hell alongside Joffrey. We'll see, Mama Cat. I might just move the camera around a little bit. It's not too much of a hassle, to be honest. But yeah, Rob's uncle, he's straight up meh. I could put him on he could grow on me, but honestly, he has shown me enough signs already. And I don't know, I didn't like him from the beginning, so I feel like I'm going to leave him at meh. That being said, there's always the possibility that he might grow on me in the future seasons. If I remember correctly, he wasn't killed. Right? You look like someone just pooped in your throne room. In what way, Archangel? He could be dead. Didn't Bolton say that he escaped? Or am I thinking of somebody else? Guys. Somebody escaped from the massacre. Was it him? But yeah, I'm going to leave him at meh, since I'm seeing you guys also agree. Oh, Blackfish escaped. Oh, so we don't know. Okay, so we don't know if he's dead or not. Truth is, I did think that he could possibly be dead as well. But either way, he is meh. But yeah. What the hell? Guys, what the fuck are these images? I'm trying really hard to like, if anybody has any idea what the hell this is supposed to be here, please let me know. I really have no idea. Right, Archangel? I feel like that's the definition. That's the definition of meh. But if any of you guys have any idea what the hell this is supposed to symbolize, I kind of get the feeling of like burn it with fire, but what is it? It literally like it looks like nothing I've ever seen before. What the hell is this? These images are really not helping the situation at all. I'm going to be honest. Like, Taylor, what? Like, what? Yeah, no, it's dark. It's like, it's literally, that's the image. It's nearly transparent. It looks like an angry thumb. I honestly, this looks like if Varys turned into a lizard and like became crazy and like, I don't know, had a bunch of different curses on him by the Lord of Light, and like this is like a whole different character over here. I don't even know what this is. I think I'm gonna go. Yes, it is. It's a man's face screaming, but who? Is that the answer member? Ah, God, what the hell? That's just on a tortilla, I think. Is this the Lord of Light, guys? Let's be honest. Is this who they're worshipping? I really listen. Gonna be honest here. Yeah, whatever this is, just like, it's creepy, I don't like it, just burn it with fire and move on. Okay, that's Gilly. Okay, I was like, another character that I have no idea. That doesn't look like Gilly though. But anyway, Gilly could grow on me, I guess. I wouldn't say that she's a great character, but she's there and she's with Sam and she's nice to Sam, so we kinda like it. It's hairy, it's angry. I don't know. It's Balon Greyjoy? What? This? A Greyjoy? I don't know. I really couldn't tell what the hell this is supposed to be. But I like Gilly mainly because of Sam, to be honest. She really would have been meh if it wasn't for her relationship with Sam. But they're cute together, their scenes were cute together. And maybe even in the next few seasons she might have more to do, her character might have more stuff to do, and we might get to know her a little bit more, and we might get to know her a little bit more. So I think this is a good enough tier for her. Yeah, Archangel, yeah. Or rather, we like Gilly because Sam likes Gilly. And we like Sam, so like... Okay, so Varys, who... This looks like the demon version of Varys. Varys... Is he, Marzo? Then they should have done a better job. Because, like, what the hell is that? Because what the hell? No. She's not meh. What am I doing? He is definitely great, and I'm going to put him some tiers of great right behind Sir Davos. He is a great character. At the beginning of the show, I really felt like I was going to dislike Varys. I couldn't be more wrong, because he has become a character that I really enjoy whenever he's on screen. I love his facial expressions. In a lot of the time, some of the best Varys stuff is him just reacting to things. Obviously, I love that he seems to be doing everything with the sole purpose of like minimizing. That's interesting because, you know, it was Littlefinger who keeps talking about minimizing losses, but in reality, as far as the realm goes, it's Varys who operates, who tries to see in what way can we save the most suffering, in what way can we like negate the worst case scenario for the realm. At least that's how I see every move that Varys does. And I can appreciate somebody who works for the betterment of the life of others. Varys is very selfless in a lot of ways, which I would have never imagined when the character was first introduced alongside Littlefinger. How are we only on Dickless character number 2? Wait, Cleana, is that image a spoiler? Have they really kind of like spoiled stuff using image that isn't from the 3rd season? I'm so glad I wasn't drinking something. What happened? What happened, Bjorn? Those are some cute emojis. But yeah, Varys is one of my favorite characters, honestly, of the show. Not quite on the fave tier, though. Not quite. But he's on the Cersei, Jaime, Sir Davos tier, I'd say. And Sam as well. But these are all... Honestly, we could throw all of these in meh. I'm gonna drag him next to his body. This is the one that he keeps reviving. Honestly, this dude doesn't deserve this many lives. For a second I thought that was Robert De Niro, but it's not. He's... Is this... who are you? Are you the... Is he the father of Rob's uncle? Right? Am I thinking of the right person? Ah, it's Blackfish. Yeah. Honestly, meh. But he could grow on me. But like, I really have not gotten enough of him. Yeah, Cat's uncle. I have not gotten enough of him to like make any like... I wouldn't feel... If we didn't see him again in the show, I wouldn't care. So like, that's the definition of meh. So he's meh so far. But for him to escape, that means he has some further role to play in this. But so far, he's a meh. For me, definitely. We have Zora's nemesis, our friend Dario Naharis. He's a good archer. It appeared to be that way. We are gonna put Naharis in the he could grow on me tier. I am tempted to honestly put him at meh. I am, but like he's simping for the queen, and I relate, so like I have to put him on the he could grow tier. So yeah, I don't think there's enough. We really have not seen enough of Naharis. We just know that he fancies Daenerys, and he thinks she's the most beautiful woman in this realm, and I agree. So like, that's his character. Blackfish is a Mormon tier. No. He's not. I wouldn't put him in the same level of like importance to me as the characters currently at the Mormon tier. He's meh. Darius Moxo Naharis. Wait, are you serious, Chuck? That's crazy. That literally, if that isn't the personification of a meh character, I don't know what is. That they felt like we can't just recast that man. We could just like nobody would notice. Just bring a different dude in. As long as I assume he's pretty good looking to justify Zora's jealousy. But thank you guys for telling me, because I would have definitely been insanely all types of confused if I just rolled into the next season and somebody supposedly who was supposedly Dario Naharis that wasn't Dario Naharis started acting like Dario Naharis. Chuck, now that you said this, he is the bad guy in Deadpool. Just with hair in this. He did look familiar. He did look familiar, and I honestly, since the first moment he appeared on the show, I was trying to think, where have I seen this man's face before? Yes, he was the bad guy in Deadpool, but he didn't have the luscious hair, right? He was bald, or like with a very short haircut. Taylor, you are correct, I think. This little thing, right? This is Craster, right? If this is Craster, I feel like this tier remains very correct. This remains very correct then. I'm going to leave it as is. But at least now we know what this is. Yeah, Taylor. That is a very good catch. Taylor. Good job. Because, like, yeah. Whoever compiled the images, do better, my guy. Because, like, where is this? You little... you fucking fuck. I hate this man. I hate him. Tyrion should have gotten rid of this old fuck when he had the chance. He shouldn't have let him go out of the cell. Why did he let him roam freely? Why? Just, I have a great dislike for this man right here. Yes, that POS. Pycelle. So fuck you. He's in the right tier for me. We have this dude. That's the definition of meh city right here. That's one of the most meh characters to ever meh in Game of Thrones. Like, how can you be meh when you have the power to like transport into like animals and stuff? How can you manage to be so meh as a character when you can literally die and get and put your soul inside an animal and survive? How can you still manage to be so incredibly meh as a character? I really did not care for this man. His whole thing with like being jealous of Jon Snow and Ygritte and that stuff is like the most unnecessary story. It's like whatever. The word crusty always comes to mind for Pycelle. This little motherfucker is going straight to the FU tier as well. This is Joffrey 2.0. This is, I feel, who we're going to have to deal with even after Joffrey at some point. I feel like this motherfucker is going to be really annoying, because I think he might go after Bran at some point, because he kind of hinted at it, and I really don't want to have this man trying to capture Bran. Because, like, why is he this way? Why is he the way that he is? There's no reason for him. Cleanna, I really would have just been lost completely. I think it's better this way if it's not actually in any way explained by plot, or are they going to try and explain it somehow in the plot? Then I guess in that way that could be considered a bit of a spoiler that you guys told me. But if they just replaced the actor and just expect us to like understand, I would have been completely lost, I feel. Yeah, Jack, that would have probably been the case. Yeah, that would have probably been the case. I would have probably made some wild speculation about the character. I honestly don't even remember what the mountain looked like, the first or the original actor, so like, talk about a meh character as well. He's so meh that he's not even included in any of this. He's not in this, the mountain, because honestly, who cares? This is Stannis' wife, and she is a meh. She also did some fucked up shit with her children, and she's very dismissive of your daughter. So like, I'm getting weird vibes from her, but so far she's just meh, and I don't really see her improving. Literally, Chuck, just get one big dude, one tall, buffy looking dude. The crazy psycho. Yeah, that's Stannis' wife, everybody. This is Stannis' wife. Good job, Stannis. Yeah, the pickled baby collection. That monster. And our sweet, and somehow out of Stannis and her came this little angel. How did that happen? Can you guys explain it? Do they explain it? Is she adopted? What happened? But this little angel is going right next to Ser Davos, because I really like her. And I like her with Ser Davos together. They are a very good pair. And I really appreciate the father-daughter connection that they have. Yeah. Is it Siren? In a nod to like the sirens or something? How is it pronounced exactly? The Pickled Babies was a D&D idea? I get it. Was it more there for like kind of the shock value, I guess, right? What? Celis? Celis is his wife, right? Taylor? I'm talking about the daughter. Cyrene. But yeah, I really like her with Ser Davos. Cyrene, right, Heather? Cyrene. Did I read that correctly? Yeah, just as I said, I really like these two characters together. Shh. Oh god. What am I mispronouncing? Am I mispronouncing the CH? Serene. Ser like the singer Ser. Serene. I really god. I'm failing at pronunciation. Oh, so Serene. Serene. We're having pronunciation lessons right now. Serene. This is the best that it's gonna get, guys. This is the peak. After this, it will only become worse. My brain will crumble whenever I see the word, whenever I see her name. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I could just like listen to them say it a couple of times in the show. Yeah, like Sarah the singer. Yeah. Anyway, we have the bane of season 3, the man behind the possibly the most infamous Game of Thrones episode, and one of the worst dudes in Westeros, one of the creepiest old men in Westeros, which is kind of impressive. Lord Frey, the little motherfucker, or rather the very old motherfucker, and he is going straight to the FU tier. There was a good suggestion of possibly putting him alongside Joffrey, but I explained in the beginning why I don't think he's quite on that level, but he's still horrible. Call her the sweetest girl ever. Yes. This is what I will call her indeed. Most of the time. Bitch ass Argus fleets. The actor is actually one of the good guys in a show called The Strain. The actor is actually the caretaker in Hogwarts. That's what he is. And that's what he'll always be. This is just a horrible detour. But he did give off the same vibes in Harry Potter as well. So like, I wouldn't say I'm surprised that he would turn out the way that this character is. And last but definitely not least, we have Mr. Worm, Daenerys, leader of the Unsullied, and a character that we really have not learned much so far. The backstory behind his name and why he wanted to keep the name Worm was great, but other than that, he has just been standing there, and we got at least one fight scene with him and Harris and Zora where he looked pretty good. He looked pretty cool. I liked his fighting style with the, how would that be called in English? I'm forgetting the English word for the weapon that he was wielding, but the long thing. That sounds horrible, but like, you guys know what I'm talking about. I like the way that he was wielding, like he was wielding his weapon during the fight. I thought it was interesting. It looked like he had a completely different fighting style than Zora and Naharis, which I thought was intriguing. It makes sense since he was trained in kind of a army style way, whereas Zora and Naharis seemed like kind of rogue swordsmen. The final cockless face. It's a spear. I can't believe that I couldn't remember spear. The word spear. That's crazy. It is pretty late for me. This is where I'm going to blame it on. I want a ranking of just the unique guys. I mean, the way that we have them right here, I think kind of tells how the ranking would be. Like, if you see, this is the tier list, just find like where each one of them is, and it's the correct ranking in my eyes, how I view all our poor brothers who are missing a very important part of the male anatomy. But this is our tier list. I cannot believe still that the last we'll see of Rob in this tier lists is this picture. That's insane to me. It's almost like whoever made this did it on purpose, knowing how much we hate that scene of the episode, and they decided, well, this is the last image of Rob you all are going to like look at. You don't even see the man's face. You see more of Rob's face in Bolton's picture than you do this, which is crazy. Okay. But yeah, this is it. I feel like the only major differences compared to the other one would be Bran making his way to the faves. I think he was one tier below that in the season 2 tier list. But other than that, I feel like, oh, and I think Jaime climbing up to the great character tier, he wasn't that in season 2 yet. Those would be the biggest differences. And the Hound went from being, I was lukewarm towards the Hound in season 2. He has kind of elevated in my eyes as well. But then everything, pretty much everything else is kind of similar. And I guess I would say that Snake has dropped even more so than the previous tier list. But yeah. Catelyn went up. She did. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Archangel. You're right. By the way, for anybody who wasn't here during our season 2 live stream, I have uploaded the season 2 tier list that we did in a community post. So if you guys go to my channel and check out the community posts, you will find the tier list there if you want to compare. This will be uploaded as well after the stream is finished. And yeah, guys, a message was retracted by Mama Cat. Jack, don't even I know that I'm going to, like, each time that I'm going to try to say that girl's name from now on, I'm going to think of like 5 different pronunciations. It's coming. It's gonna happen during the reactions. Unless I hear it enough, then I'll just, hopefully I'll memorize it. But guys, if you don't have any major complaints, like why is Mormont not the greatest character in Game of Thrones in your opinion, if you don't have any of those type of complaints for me, and if you don't think that I've misplaced a character majorly, we can take a short break, and when we come back we can finally jump into the history and lore part of the live stream, guys. What do you say? If you guys are good with the tier list, I'm waiting, Archangel. What's it gonna be? You just took a break, Cleana. We're gonna take a short break. It's not gonna be too long. Makar, it's okay. Don't feel the need like you have to delete your message if there is a typo on it. Like, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to like make out. I was wondering how Mormon made it to the wall. What do you mean, Bjorn? Never mind, you fucked up. Wait, what? What's happening? Yeah, Jack, thank you so much for being in chat with us. You can go and have a great rest of your day or night. And if you're gonna continue to watch from the TV, I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream. If not, as always, the VOD will be available afterwards whenever you have time to come and check out my reaction to the history and lore part. But as always, Jack, thank you so much for joining in for these live streams. You're always a great person to have in chat. And have a great rest of your Saturday, my friend. He was getting on in Aegypto Pass lordship of Bear Island plan. Jorah took over his father's seat. What are we talking about? Are we talking about Jorah's father here? Okay, guys. Archangel, I'm waiting for your story when I return from the break. Guys, I want to say a big thank you to all of you who have joined me. We're going to take a short break, and I'm going to come back so we can finish up with the history and lore video. So yeah, guys, see you in just a moment. Hello guys. I hope you stretched a little bit, drank your water, stay hydrated. Can you guys hear me? Is everything good with the stream audio and stuff? Let's move the camera back here as we get ready to give me a second guys. Sounds good, sounds good. Let's see. When Lord Mormont was getting old and wanted to pass lordship to Zora, he voluntarily went to the wall. Zora took over his father's seat, pissed away the family fortune, and was caught slaving, and Zora was forced into exile, which is why Lord Mormont was at the wall, but Zora wasn't Lord. So basically, he basically gave up his life, right? Because going to the wall is essentially what that is. Gave up his, not literally his life, but for Zora to be Lord. And then Zora kind of ungratefully pissed it away. That's pretty messed up. That's pretty messed up. Yeah, Zora has an interesting backstory, to say the least, in a lot of ways, and which is why I'm kind of pissed off that we kind of haven't explored it a little more. I get that, Archangel. I can understand that. Don't worry. Let's... Okay, everybody, so I have my chat pulled up on the phone now, because I'll go and have this be as full screen for this part. So I'm gonna have you guys here on the phone. I'm going to be checking what you guys have to say after each story in this. Just let me know if the audio levels of the video are good and everything, and if you guys can see. Let's have it around here or something. Hey Nettles, welcome. You literally joined in the perfect time, as we're just starting our history and lore reaction. We were doing the character tier list and just talking random stuff prior. But thank you for joining. Cheers. and I hope your Saturday is going well. YouTube didn't tell you? Well, that sucks. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you for that. Lyanna is the Mormon goat. Yeah, we have not met Lyanna yet. So, as much less, is that even a correct thing to say? As much less. The less I know about her, the better. Before we get to see her on the show. Welcome back, River Mist Fae. You literally returned just before we click play on the history and lore reaction. So yeah, let's start, guys. So we have Robert's Rebellion again. I feel like we've heard of Robert's Rebellion from pretty much every character at this point, but this is by Snake, unfortunately, but also Varys. So like this should be interesting because they're both gonna be narrating. That's gonna be very interesting. So let's see, guys. I'm going to click play.
For 300 years, the Targaryen dynasty ruled Westeros. Wars
Tell me if you
still
guys
fought,
can hear, if the
homes
audio is
still
good
burned,
and everything.
and men still died. But compared to the chaos of what came before, the realm was stable.
And boring. The Targaryens lied, thieved, and killed as much as other lords. They just had dragons to answer all complaints. Until they didn't. When the last dragon died, it was only a matter of time before the Targaryens followed.
By only, you mean another century?
Which they wasted trying to replace their lost advantage. Incinerating their own palaces to hatch dragon eggs, drinking wildfire to become dragons, and let's not forget the Mad King's favorite, burning men alive so he could pretend to be a dragon.
We urged Aerys to pardon Brandon Stark. The boy had threatened Prince Rhaegar, but Rhaegar had stolen the boy's sister. And the boy was the eldest son of our Warden of the North.
Who's the greater fool, a Mad King or the man who reasons with him?
I like how they
Aerys saw
interchanging.
knives in every shadow. When you told him to treat the Starks with caution, you made him afraid. And what he feared, he killed.
I wouldn't have thought you, of all people, would bother with recriminations for Brandon's death, Lord Baelish. Not after your, shall we call it, duel with him?
Brandon was as arrogant as he was stupid. Like his father, Lord Stark, who answered Aerys' summon to the capital. They earned their fates. But the younger son, Ned, what was his crime that Aerys ordered his death as well?
Unlike men, families don't die when you lop off their head.
At the very least, you should have pointed out that loyal and dutiful Ned was living with Jon Arryn, a proud and over-righteous lord with an impregnable castle and no sons of his own. Perhaps you could have spared Aerys the embarrassment of revolt.
If only we'd had the foresight to consult you, Lord Baelish, but I suppose first we'd have had to know who you were.
Nobody knew Robert Baratheon either, yet he claimed the right to sit on the Iron Throne.
There was
he
a
had
crazy
Targaryen
dig.
blood through his mother.
A pretty dress for an ugly truth. It was war, and he could swing a hammer harder than the other options. When did you know you'd lost, Lord Varys?
When Robert Baratheon killed Prince Rhaegar on the Trident.
Wrong. You lost the war when you let Ned Stark slip back into the north. Neither the bloody Gate of the Vale or Moat Cailin in the north have ever fallen. They could have held out for years, even if you'd killed Robert, but you let him slip through your fingers as well.
I told the court that Robert was hiding in the Stony Sept, but the hand of the king wasted too much time searching the city. Something about the glory of single combat. Then Ned Stark's army arrived to save the day.
Too bad Lord Tywin wasn't the hand any longer. He would have simply razed the town and been done with it.
Perhaps. And perhaps the rebels would have found even more of the countryside.
It's very interesting how they're showing
I'd almost forgotten
stuff in this narrative.
You weren't always so loyal to the Lannisters during the war, were you?
I did my duty to the realm. When Lord Tywin showed up at King's Landing professing loyalty, I warned Aerys not to open the gates. Prince Rhaegar was dead, our army scattered. The lion does not stir unless he smells meat.
I admire your powers of persuasion, Lord Varys. Few could traffic in so many secrets to so little avail.
Grand Maester Pycelle told Aerys what he wanted to hear, that his old friend Tywin was there to save him.
Then Aerys' old friend
freaking idiot,
sacked the city, and his son stabbed Aerys in the back.
A regrettable, though necessary action.
As were the pardons
Varys
King
confirming
bestowed on the royalists,
the story that Jaime
Mace
told
Tyrell,
us.
Barristan Selmy, you.
King Robert wisely chose order over vengeance.
Jon Arryn wisely chose for Robert, but Jon Arryn died. Then Robert, then Ned. So ended their glorious revolution.
And Westeros has been burning ever since.
Let it.
How Targaryen of you. One of the mad ones.
Fire turns even the proudest oaks to ash, leaving newer roots space to climb.
Okay, before we hear what Mira Reed has to say about the House of Reed, which you guys did tell me that we were going to find out more about in this video, there were a couple of things that I found very interesting in this telling by Varys and Lord Baelys. I find interesting how Varys pretty much confirmed that yes, Jaime stabbing the Mad King in the back was the right thing, the necessary thing to do. Varys would know, obviously being there and witnessing what was going on. I thought that was interesting. Obviously the different perspectives again of Varys and Baelys regarding where the realm's fate is post the death of Robert, Ned, and Aaron. We can hear. Oh, okay. It's weird to hear you call him Baelys and not Snake. I did call him Baelys, didn't I? That's a slip of the tongue. It will not happen again, hopefully. Yeah, when he said Jon Arryn died, then Robert, then Ned, so did the revolution. That's kind of like, yeah, that puts it into perspective, because indeed those are the people that like started the revolution, and now they're all gone, yet the Lannisters remain. And yeah, Grand Maester Pycelle told the Mad King what he wanted to hear, which is basically what somebody who doesn't really have any knowledge, doesn't really have any wisdom, but just want to keep his position with whoever is in power, is basically just telling him what he wants to hear, telling him something that won't anger him, which in most cases, especially in such dire situations, is the worst possible thing you can do. But then again, Pycelle is also an idiot. This show is for people who like pain. Yeah, I figured so much by now. Definitely. I did enjoy how they were going back and forth in this reaction. It wasn't Bailey said his part, Snake said his part, and then Varys said his. They were like, much like the scenes they had with one another, they were going against each other. I liked how Varys threw in some slight shade in such Varys fashion, telling him, we would if we know who you were. If we had any idea who you were back then, you no-name lowlife. That's true, Nettles. He has said that he always served the Lannisters, but I feel like Pycelle is the type of person who would serve whoever he felt had the most power and influence. I feel like, I think he kind of explained himself early on in the show when he was kind of describing how he knew what it takes to serve kings. And I took that to be very similar to what we saw here, basically telling them what they want to hear in order to keep his position. And that's pretty much Pycelle, that's pretty much his character. The Masters aren't supposed to have alliances to any house. They're supposed to serve the realm, that's why they drop their last names. Yeah, Pycelle Lannister might as well. That might as well be what we call him, to be honest. But let's see what Mira has to say about House Reed. I've been interested to find out more about the Reeds, so let's see.
Mudmen, bog devils. Those are just the most pleasant names our fellow Northerners have for us, the Crannogmen who live in the swamps of the Neck. Because we do not live in castles like them. Because we do not farm like them. Because we are not tall or rich like them. But through our veins flows the same blood of the first men. And, at times, maybe something more. We still live much as they did,
you have
on
my
floating
attention.
islands in houses of thatch and woven reeds. We fish, hunt, and tell our children of our heroes. The knight of the laughing tree who fought in the year of the false spring. The last marsh king who challenged the Starks and lost his crown and his daughter. And other stories, older still, since lost to the world. The Neck was not always a swamp. In the Dawn Age, it was as dry and fertile as the rest of the North. But during the war with the First Men, the children of the forest brought down the hammer of waters on the Neck, trying to break Westeros in two. When the waters finally receded, they left the bogs and swamps we know today. Many of the First Men decided to fight on, but my ancestors wisely chose to heed the children's power and advance no farther. They beat their swords into frog spears and fish hooks, and settled a land forever devastated by the folly of war. Unlike the rest of Westeros, we keep no garrisons and raise no soldiers for petty spats with our neighbors. Our land protects its own. An outsider will find in the Neck an endless morass of suckholes, quicksands, and green grass that looks solid to the unwary eye, but turns to water the instant you tread on it. If you're lucky enough to be armored, you'll only drown inside your own steel. If you're not, you get to meet what swims in that water. Serpents and monstrous lizard lions with teeth like daggers and never enough to eat.
What the hell?
Don't worry. Only your horse will live long enough to feel their poisons burning through it.
Leave the horses alone, please,
If you
GameOfThrones.
somehow survive all this, you may find that a well-placed dart can be as deadly as any blade. Not that you'll see us blowing it your way. Since the fall of the last Marsh King, House Reed has ruled the Neck beneath the banner of a black lizard lion on a grey-green field. We are not wealthy, powerful, or known even to our own countrymen. Our home, Greywater Watch, is no castle you've ever seen. And seeing it once does not mean you'll ever find it again. For Greywater Watch moves. Many would-be conquerors have died trying to find us. With war all around and our Stark Lord besieged on all sides, many more will doubtless soon try. They will look at us on a map and see a stranglehold for the north. And they will forget that the sea itself once entered the Neck, and not all of it returned.
That was a super interesting introduction to the Reed family and like their people. That instantly made me want to find out more about them, and I hope that we get to spend some time there in the next season or seasons. Hopefully what she was just explaining here, we at least get to see parts of it in the show, because like this place seemed like right up my alley, to be honest. I really enjoy this type of this type of settlements in these worlds where it's like they don't live like the conventional way where they have the castles, the barracks, their cities, but they just become one with their nature, and like they inhabit their nature and what the nature has predetermined for them. I think it's a super interesting way to live, and for these people, like just a very interesting in terms of a writer's perspective. I think you can do a lot of cool stuff with that. Frog eaters. Are you talking about the Reeds? Even ravens can't find the castle? That's crazy. Right, Archangel? That was fascinating. I loved their story. Girl Nettles definitely makes sense. I can see why girl nettles don't like to be called frog eaters. Do they, Archangel? Like, is that ability to be able to inhabit other creatures, is that considered old magic? I would assume, like, in a way, isn't all magic old magic? Right? Is there a difference between old magic and, I assume, like, what is it, new magic? Because, like, from what I've understood, people don't believe in magic anymore. So yeah, that's very interesting. So yeah, it's all from the old gods. Okay, so we have signs of the old gods as well. We've seen signs of the Lord of Light. We've seen signs of the old gods, the nature gods, as we might as well call them, the trees. We've not seen any of the 7. Mama Cat, that's a very... Yeah. I like the way you said that, because they're basically what it should have been. Right? They're basically what it should have been up there. Instead of the divide. Instead of this us versus them, it's like we can combine the best of both worlds. And like I feel like these people have done that, you know, by accepting, like, not wanting to become more like the Southerners, but like this is our land. These are all like things that don't belong to us, but like this is where we come from. We must embrace it instead of trying to like make something different. The perfect blend. Yeah, that's a perfect way to describe it. Is the drowned god? Have they ever discussed about the drowned god? But super interested now in finding out more about them, even more about them, you know, and seeing it also on the show. Sometimes with doing this history and lore stuff, I just wish more stuff shown and told here were shown on the show as well at some point. Hopefully we get to see the Reed, like in their life and how they live and stuff. That will be super interesting to me. Yeah, Nettles. Unfortunately, the only gods who have shown nothing. Oh, the Greyjoys worship the drowned god. Right, the baptism. Right. Yeah, you guys are right. So yeah, the Ironborn worship the drowned god. What is dead may never die? Yeah, remember the baptism part now. Oh, are we going to get... I just read the title of this. Are we going to get Jorah Mormont's story? Are they going to explain the story of his father that Archangel just posted in chat, guys? Let's see. But the raids were super interesting.
Valyria was not the first to conquer the world. In the dawn of days, the city of Geese opened its gates and poured forth its legions across the continent of Essos. With their lockstep discipline and absolute obedience, they ground entire nations beneath their boots and planted the harpy in every corner of the known world. What they didn't destroy,
we saw this in some of these kingdoms that Daenerys liberated.
It was never an art. The slave lords grew rich and fat as pyramids were raised around them, pleasure houses were filled, and fighting pits were opened. Nobody remembers if the waters around Geese had names before the Empire, but ever since, we know them only as Slaver's Bay and the Gulf of Grief. Of Geese, however, nothing remains but ruins, where end all great civilizations. 5,000 years ago, Valyrian shepherds stumbled on strange eggs, and within a few generations, an upstart Valyrian freehold rose across the sea. 5 times did the Giscari contend with Valyria, and 5 times did they go down in defeat. For the Freehold had dragons, and the Empire had none. The best of their legions burned, the others broke. The brick walls of Ys were pulled down, the streets and buildings turned to ash, and the very fields sown with salt, sulfur, and skulls. Yet the Empire was not wholly destroyed. Astapor, Yunkai, and Meereen, once lowly colonies along Slaver's Bay, survived, and even thrived.
Two of them,
Valyria had
Daenerys
watched the
has
Giscari grow rich and powerful off the backs of
taken
conquered
over.
peoples, and now the self-styled Freehold wanted its turn. While the Dragon Lords brought the world to heel, the slave markets of their former enemy never lacked for flesh. Lamenting the lost empire, the descendants of old Ys grew rich and fat. The doom fell on Valyria, and the Dothraki rose to pillage most of the continent at will. But gold-laden Astapor, Yunkai, and Meereen continue as they have for thousands of years, untouched. For even the Horse Lords understand what the Giscari taught Valyria so long ago. What good are slaves without slavers?
Okay, it didn't quite touch on Zora specifically. It touched on like slavery and its practices and kind of how it came to be and how it was maintained in a way after that empire was defeated. I was kind of hoping for more specifics about Zora and what he did specifically. But I think 2 out of the 3 cities that he said remain, right? Those were two cities that Daenerys has already taken down, liberated. I don't think we all 3 of them yet. So I assume we're going to find out about the other one that he said, because it wasn't Karth, and Karth didn't have slaves. So like, Gernatls. Really? So Ian Glenn is the actor of Zora Mormont, I presume. Archangel, no. It really, honestly, I think that with knowing this, what you told me, I feel like if we hear about the story, I already know like the gist of it, and I'll probably catch other stuff around that as well, because I'm sure they're going to go into even more detail about things. So I'm glad that you told me, and I know this currently. But yeah, I'm assuming they're going to go with the Unsullied. They're going to cover some more about slavery and stuff. So let's go right into that.
When the Doom claimed Valyria, the great freehold fractured into warring cities and upstart nations, ripe for the taking. Out of these swarmed the Dothraki, the horse lords of the plains who feared only defeat, and dragons. And now the dragons were all gone. Under the great Khal Temu, they sacked and burnt every town and city in their path. No army could stand against them, because the Dothraki do not stand. The Horse Lords do not draw up battle lines or hide behind shield walls or lair themselves in armor. The Dothraki charge. Their blades are more scythe than sword, the better to cull the infantry ranks without breaking stride. Even their archers fire from horseback so that advancing or retreating, the arrows never cease. To the Dothraki, a man who does not ride is no man at all, without honor or pride. When the city of Qohor realized Khal Temu was coming, they strengthened their walls, doubled their own guards, and hired 2 full companies of sellswords. The Dothraki were used to glorified farmers with spears. Quohor would show them a proper army, with mounted and armored cavalry to match the Horde's own. As an afterthought, the city leaders sent an envoy to Astapor to buy Unsullied. The slavers had always claimed that the Unsullied were the great Giscari legions come again. Few cared. The dragon-burned ruins of Old Gis were a stark reminder that the age of the foot soldier was over. The envoy had his orders, however, and quickly bought 3,000 Unsullied for the long march back. For Unsullied do not ride. But while they marched, Khal Temu arrived at Quohor. I can imagine how pleased the Khal was to finally face a challenge. By the end of the battle, crows and wolves feasted on what remained of Quohor's heavy horse. All the sellswords had fled. Quohor knew that the Dothraki would very soon break through the gates to rape, slave, and burn at their pleasure. Yet the next day, Khal Temu woke to find, before the gates, 3,000 eunuchs in formation, armed with only spears, shields, and spiked helms. The Unsullied had slipped past the Khal's army in the night while the Dothraki feasted. Khal Temu had many times their number and could easily have flanked the small force. But to the Dothraki, men on foot are fit only to be ridden down. 18 times the horse lords charged, and 18 times the Unsullied locked their shields, lowered their spears, and held the line against 20,000 Dothraki.
So basically,
screamers.
they did the Sparta
When the Khal's archers rained arrows on them, the Unsullied lifted their shields above their heads until the squall passed. And then they held the line.
That's literally what happened.
In the end, only 600
at least in the 300 movie.
But more than 12,000 Dothraki lay dead, including Khal Temu and all his sons. The new Khal led the survivors past the city gates, where one by one, each man cut off his braid and threw it down before the feet of the Unsullied.
Oh wow.
Defeated and shamed forever. Since that day, the Unsullied fill the ranks of cities and households wealthy enough or desperate enough. Sellswords fight for gold,
they got their
knights
name
for glory,
and their reputation.
and Dothraki for blood. To a man, the Unsullied fight only to obey. With the right master over them, imagine how the forces of chaos would break against their shields. The conquerors, the madmen, the usurpers.
So this pretty much showcased the Unsullied. It showed the Unsullied, I should say, in a very, very good light in terms of their abilities in battle, and it also kind of let us know where they got that name, where they got their reputation from. I feel like if you manage to kill, if you manage to basically stop the Dothraki invasion, you're already looked at as something like amazing. Although they didn't look at them as such, because they looked at them as slave warriors. But I understand where the reputation comes from. If they manage to kill all the Dothraki warriors, basically, that outnumber them by such great numbers. The Unsullied are undefeated. Have they actually not lost in battle? That can't be legit. They must have suffered defeats as well. I wouldn't join the Dothraki girl nettles. I don't think I'd be able to live their life. If I was, this is always like assuming I was given a choice. If I was forced to live as a Dothraki, I think I would have a very hard time adjusting to their way of doing things. definitely. It's not the way a matter of respecting their traditions. It's just like the Dothraki themselves don't really have respect for others in the way that they go about doing their thing. So it's like that would just be really hard for me to just exist in that mindset personally. And literally I feel like majority of people living today would not be able to live the life that the Dothraki are living, honestly. It's like it's to the utmost degree of like, what is the term, just like living like basically to the lowest denominator of human, like, I don't know, they view a lot of things in a pretty savage way that people today just wouldn't be able to like handle, I feel. Archangel. I don't know if that was the that was their strength. That was the source of their strength. I doubt it. I don't think that was it. What do you mean, what do you mean? What do you mean about that, Archangel? They didn't have a choice, did they? So let's see what Bran has to say about wargs and the site. Will this be what Bran knows, or is this what he learned from the Reeds, what the Reeds told him? What do you mean, Archangel? I'm not sure. I know what you're talking about. What does a unique type mean? Are they people who are into eunuchs? Jesus Christ, Kernels, really? Oh wow, what type of... Wow. And like, where did they find all the poor puppies to kill? Eunuchs tend to get huge. I really didn't know that, if that is what you're saying. That's what I thought. Nettles, that's what I thought. I was gonna say, you mean like Varys did? I mean, Varys is like, I mean, Theon only just lost his, so we don't know. But like, out of the eunuchs in the show, Varys is the only fat one. Oh wow, is that why? I mean, you take away one pleasure, I guess you have to like overcompensate with another, right? See, you guys teach me something new every day, guys. You guys teach me something new every day. I had no idea. I honestly had no idea, Archangel. That's a very interesting factoid to know. But let's see what Bran has to say about the works.
Growing up, my sister Sansa loved stories with princesses and knights, but I always wanted to be scared. When my turn came, I would ask old Nan to tell us of magic and monsters. Long ago, when the world was new, the children of the forest sang the song of the earth, and the earth listened. Magic was strong in those days, and the children could commune with all the beasts of the forest, streams and air. The greatest of them could even leave their bodies to hunt, swim and fly in the skins of animals. They were the first wargs. Then, the first men came, with fire and sword. They burned the weirwoods and cut down the children.
Freaking man.
Calling on dark magic, the children raised the sea and shattered the land bridge that the first men had crossed into dawn. When that failed, the children brought down the hammer of waters upon the neck, flooding and transforming it into the bog it is today. After peace came, the two races shared the land and the children's gods for thousands of years. Now comes the good part. Nobody knows how or why, but the magic of the children began to emerge in men. Maybe one child in 1,000 would be born a warg.
Was there a
Fewer
mixing
still
between
would be born with the sight. Old Nan would not
between the
speak
two
of
races
it.
and stuff?
Maester Lewin never believed in it. But with it, the children could know of events far away and even those still to come. Some say the sight was the children's most powerful and terrible secret, and helped turn the tide during the long night. Magic has since fled our world. Among the small folk, any child
You know that
suspected of
ain't
being
true,
a warg
Bran.
will be left out to die. Beyond the wall, though, a careless hunter might still find his prey's claws and teeth, and a man's mind to guide them, for the wildlings have a different idea of monsters. But even wildlings keep their distance from a warg, because, and here old Nan would lean in close and whisper, how can you tell if the man is wearing the beast, or the beast is wearing the man? Now old Nan has no more tales, and Maester Lewin will never scoff again. That's fine. I don't like scary stories anymore, because I'm in one.
That's usually how it goes. When you experience enough unfortunate situations and scary stuff, you kind of have had enough of the scary stories. Yes, there is mixing between the the child of the forest and man, which is weird because the children have 4 fingers and they have ears like deer. Nettles, they're weirdest fetishes than that. That's pretty mild, to be honest. So like, but yeah, that's probably why, right? That's probably why we have there can be the powers of the children of the forest can be found in men now. So that also probably means that somewhere in Bran's bloodline and the Starks, right, there was mixing with the children of the forest. Yes, I just noticed it, girl Nettles. Hopefully it's not gonna be too bad. It's not gonna be too triggering. Most of the scariest stories actually happened. Some of the truly scary stories are real stories, to be honest. We do live in a pretty scary world. Let's see why I should have... The pillow is here, guys. The pillow is always here, in case any of you is wondering. This is my good luck pillow. And by good luck pillow, I mean the pillow that I punch whenever I need to let off steam. So like, it's always here. I don't think I'm gonna have to use it for a history and lore video.
The blood of House Bolton runs back to the first men. Singers call those times the Age of Heroes. A mask for a savage world that bred savage men. The Lannisters swindled their enemies. The Storm Kings hammered them, and the Starks cut off their heads. In such company as this, were the Boltons really so indelicate? Unlike some other houses, my ancestors owned the Bolton words, "Our blades are sharp." They passed down not a Valyrian greatsword, but a knife, honed and thin enough to fit between the topmost layer of skin and the tissue below, and peel. For as we all learned as children, a naked man has few secrets, a flayed man none. In those dark days, they say that some of my more willful forebearers would even wear their enemies' skins as cloaks.
What?
But
in
no
the
such
Leatherface
tokens remain, if they ever existed. Certainly not hanging in some secret room in the Dreadfort, as old wives and fools insist. I suspect my house itself was responsible for spreading such rumors in the first place. Few weapons are as effective as terror, and this was an age of war. House against house, brother against brother. The Iron Men were on the rise, and never far from our shores. We must have seemed ripe for the taking, too busy fighting each other to deal with the raiders as they deserved. Thus the Starks took it upon themselves to unify the North, under them. They drove the pirates out of White Knife and claimed the eastern coast, and married the Marsh King's daughter for the neck. A Stark wrestled for Bear Island and won. Or so they say. Silly stories. Blood and Steel won the North, and the Starks had the most of both. After years of war, my ancestors gave up their barbaric practices and bent the knee to their new kings. Thus House Bolton became what we are today, loyal bannermen and staunch ally to the Starks. And the second greatest house in the North.
So, like, I'm sensing jealousy, I'm sensing resentment, I'm sensing psychotic type of behavior, and a lot of it, quite frankly, I'm not a fan of. Give me a second, guys. Just 1 second. But yeah, that's what I got from this. Mainly, they showed us like basically what the bastard is doing to Theon. Seemed like it was kind of like a practice for their family. Hello, Taylor. Yeah. Do your chores freely. I would rather live in Westeros than a real world. Would you though? I mean, yeah, it's cooler. Definitely cooler. But I don't know about that. I'm not sure about that. I wouldn't last a day as a Westeros peasant, right? That's kind of like what I'm thinking. We would last. It just would be pleasant. It would be pleasant, or it wouldn't be pleasant. Free the kitty. Yeah. That was a kitty that I did have to free. Yeah, I did not like the vibes of the Bolton house at all, guys. It gave Leatherface like torture style, like not a fan of it at all. Yes, you must obey Lord Cat. What's Cat's name? This one is Angie, and it's a very demanding kitty. I figured that's what you meant, Nettles. Because, yeah, I don't know if I would prefer to live in Westeros. It's definitely cooler though. That I will say. Way cooler. I mean, they have magic. They have potentially dragons, right? It's Angie, so closer to the first one. Archangel. Oh, Brienne of Tarth, the Stormlands. That's pretty. It's a little girl. Yeah, it's a little girl. It's a little girl. Well, not quite little. She has lived here years. It's a patchy little kitty. Let's see what Brienne has to say about the Stormlands.
Tarth has lulled many a novice sailor into complacency. Our lush island sits on calm blue water like an emerald set into a sapphire. He would never guess that such a vision is only the sheath hiding the blade of Shipbreaker Bay, with its treacherous tides, unpredictable gales, and sharp rocks lurking just below the water's surface. The storms that blow through the bay water the Kingswood and Rainwood, two of the great forests of Westeros, and they give the Stormlands their name. Even without our weather, we have more than earned our name in strife. The first Storm King, Durin, started his reign by declaring war on the gods themselves. He loved the daughter of the sea god and the wind goddess, but they forbade the union. At their wedding, the gods unleashed their might, pulling down his hold and killing all of Durin's family and guests, though his wife shielded him. Durin vowed to rebuild, and when he did, the gods again destroyed his home. His counselors begged him to retreat inland, but he would not abandon his war. Finally, with the council of the Children of the Forest, or perhaps a young Bran the Builder, Durin raised a seventh castle that, try as they might, and still do, the wind and sea gods could not tear asunder. Durin took the name God's Grief and called his new home Storm's End. Having beaten the waters to the east, the Storm Kings turned their gaze to more practical enemies, the Reach, Riverlands, and Dorne. For thousands of years, the Storm Kings fought the Gardener Kings of the Reach and various families of Dorne for control of the Dornish marches just below the Red Mountains. The fighting didn't stop until Dorne married into the Seven Kingdoms, a mere 100 years ago. But still the houses of the Stormlands, such as the Dondarians, guard the Boneway, the mountain pass into the marches, against any Dornish incursion. The Storm Kings had greater luck to their north, at first. They took the trident from the River Kings and built an empire that stretched as far as the neck. But then the Ironborn swarmed out of their islands and pushed the Storm Kings out of the Riverlands. No doubt the Ironborn intended to expand their empire into the Stormlands. Before they had a chance, Aegon Targaryen landed with his dragons. While Aegon burned the kings of the Iron Islands, the Rock and the Reach, his fiercest commander and rumoured bastard brother, Orys Baratheon, set out to subdue the Stormlands. No matter how fierce a warrior he was, no one could have envied his task. Storm's End had seen thousands of years of war and never fallen. But Argilac, the Storm King, chose not to barricade himself behind its walls, and gave Orys the battle he must have hoped for. Orys slew Argilac, and took Argilac's castle, kingdom, daughter, sigil, and house words. House Baratheon became
Why
the
did
lord
he
of the
fight
Stormlands.
outside the walls?
Targaryen rule quieted the Stormlands for the most part, until Robert rebelled against the Mad King. His first challenge came not from the crown, but from his own bannermen, who tried to join forces against him. Robert struck first, defeating 3 armies in a single day at Summerhall. The victory cemented Robert's control of the Stormlands, and he was able to march on the Reach and Riverlands with no enemy to his rear. Yet not all of Robert's bannermen sided with him. Sir Barristan the Bold came from the Stormlands, but as the pre-eminent member of Aerys Kingsguard and greatest knight in the realm, Sir Barristan remained loyal. After Robert's decisive victory on the Trident, Robert sent his own maester to care for his countryman Sir Barristan, who had suffered grievous wounds whilst fighting so hard to kill him. Later, when the Kingslayer betrayed Aerys, Robert pardoned Sir Barristan, and even took him onto his own Kingsguard. When Robert lifted
Sir Barristan was from the
Tyrell's
Stormlands.
ill-managed siege of Storm's End and returned to his ancestral home, he realized the dream of all the Stormlords before him, to rule the 7 kingdoms. Then Robert died, and his brother Stannis killed their other brother, the noble King Renly, with black magic.
Yeah, that happened.
Now the Stormlands again live up to their name, with so many houses burnt on the Blackwater and others currying favour with the Lannisters to seize the survivors' lands. Renly could have saved us. If only I could have saved him. But I will teach Stannis a lesson he should have learnt growing up in the Stormlands. As lightning gives way to thunder, so too must murder lead to vengeance.
Okay, that was pretty information field and pretty intense. By Brienne. But your thumbnail says season 2. I know, guys. I should have changed it. I'll probably need to. I'll change it like for the actual VOD to say season 3. Yeah, I forgot to change it into season 3 before the stream. I love the Stormlands. The Baratheon house words are ours is the fury. Right, Netlus, that part really confused me. It's basically they literally in the same sentence told us how ready for a siege the castle was, and also he chose to fight outside its walls and got killed. But I guess it makes sense knowing what happened to Harrenhal due to the dragons. I'm guessing it's kind of like a new meta when it came to like battle tactics for those barricaded inside the castles. It's like you need to avoid being roasted alive. Kill Mary Sag, Talisa, Ygritte, and Brienne. I probably. Oh god, are we going solely based on looks, or are we just going by like just the characters themselves? It'd probably be. I marry Ygritte, Sag, Talisa, and I'm sorry, Brienne. Just like it is what it is. It's based on everything. See, if Talisa being like the spy was true, then it would have been kill Talisa instantly. But now it's like she wasn't. So like I already really fancied Talisa. So like I couldn't kill her, so it'd be either Mary or Sag, and I really feel like Ygritte would be like a very like good time as like wifey, and Brienne is just too serious. This is like, you know, a bit maybe too intense. I don't know. She's probably the most loyal though out of the three. So like kill Ygritte, marry Talisa because she's a healer. I can see that, Taylor. I can see that. Brienne is taking you down. See, and that's also the thing, right? That like I have no interest in being a bottom in this situation. So like, kill Brienne. Well, you could try. Yeah, it would be a tall task, definitely. Oh god, why is Peter Baelish narrating again? And why is he narrating about the Vale? You only just recently went there, my friend. Let's see what he has to say to us about the Vale.
Impregnable. That's how the Vale sees itself.
Before we continue about Baelish, I was so glad that we didn't get to see more of him in this past season. Once he was shipped off to the Vale, I appreciated how the show is literally like, no, he left. He went to the Vale. We gave you this super horrifying speech before he goes, and then we didn't see him again for the rest of the show. He's just there now, I assume, and we're gonna have to find out what's been going on when we see him again in season 4. But I did appreciate how he was literally shipped off the season for a few episodes.
From Westeros by its mountains. They call the entrance to their land the Bloody Gate because, during the Age of Heroes, a dozen armies supposedly smashed themselves against it. Even if they'd gotten through, the roads of the Vale are narrow, steep, and treacherous. Half the men would have slipped to their deaths, or frozen in the mountain snow. Or so the common wisdom goes. Except the Vale has been conquered. Those vaunted mountains didn't stop the Andals who came by the Eastern Sea. The people of the Vale say that Sir Artus Arryn, the Andal general, flew on the back of a giant falcon and slew the Griffin King on top of the tallest mountain.
What was he,
During
Gandalf?
Aegon's conquest, one of his sisters did the same, flying her dragon over the Bloody Gate and up to the Eyrie, the Arryn stronghold. And the Arryn boy king yielded the Vale in return for a ride on the beast. Do you sense the theme here? The rationalizing of defeats with mythical beasts and the whims of children, instead of acknowledging the root cause, the arrogance of isolation. The men of the Vale are so proud of their mountains, they can't abide any flaw in them. As with the mountains, so too with their blood.
I mean, they did seem pretty obsessed
landed in the Vale as
with
its
throwing
most
people
powerful
off those
lords,
mountains.
The Arryns, the Waynwoods, the Corbrays like to brag. Through their veins runs the blood of the oldest Andal nobility in Westeros. But through their brains runs an even older folly. That blood matters. If it did, those pure-born lords should have been able to exterminate the hill tribes centuries ago. But those primitive raiders, whose tribes more resemble kennels than families, continue to plague the Vale, even kidnapping an Arryn once. Until Tyrion Lannister, an outsider, no Vale lord ever thought to turn the tribes to the Vale's advantage. That a desperate, warlike people could be useful, not to mention inexpensive. But perhaps the Vale lords consider such thoughts beneath them. After all, the Vale's isolation does breed an abundance of honor and pious bleating, which governs their decisions instead of foresight. Like a blind man who can only guess where his horse is taking him. I doubt Jon Arryn had even prepared for civil war when he raised his banners instead of handing over his young wards, Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon, to the Mad King. Honor demanded, and Lord Arryn obeyed. He'd have done the same if the boys hadn't been the lords of two great houses, who could field mighty armies of their own. But perhaps I give him too little credit. After all, if the war went against them, only Lord Arryn had a nice, impregnable castle to retreat into, and he was wise enough to take poor Lysa Tully into his bed to win the Riverlands as allies. Jon Arryn won, then Jon Arryn died. Wisely, the Vale stayed out of all the ensuing chaos. Its crops did not burn or wither in the fields from lack of men to tend them. Its strength was not drained by forced marches to futile skirmishes. In the Vale, life proceeds as it always has. Calm, proud. A world of high honor undisturbed by armies and men of low birth, but high ambition. impregnable.
That's ironic that now a man who is of no nobility or of a name is going to become Lord of the Vale. And I appreciated how Snake kind of made sure to let you know that a name doesn't really mean anything, because of course to him and the way he views things, it doesn't. And it also, the way that he said, the way they go about things at the Vale, it also makes sense at the beginning when Catelyn was asking of her sister to assist Robb in his campaign against the Lannisters and King's Landing, that she said that the Knights of the Vale stay in the Vale. In many ways, from what I got here, that's kind of how they've always handled things. They've just, as you said, just life kept going as it always had been for them. Wait, he's from the Vale? Wait, how did I miss that? Did he say it in this? Hello, Pywit Turner. Hello, thank you for joining us. I hope your study session is going well, and I'm glad you're enjoying the live stream. And yeah, I do enjoy Baelys's actor's voice. She has a good narrator's voice. The Vale has a very strong army. They would have been useful to Robb. Yeah. I mean, at the end of Robb's campaign, any army would have been useful to Robb, if we're being honest. But imagine if he had, the Vale behind him. That would have been, that would have been big for him. Vale marched with Ned and Robert during the Robert's Rebellion. They don't always stay in the Vale. Lisa, who is a wimp, makes them stay away from the fighting. I mean, at least from this, I got that in general, if they had the option, they would rather not waste resources and bodies and men, right? Yes, Baelish is from the Vale, but he lived far from the castle you saw. His area is so poor, the land can't even grow crops. And look at him now. Okay, so that makes a little bit more sense why he would be narrating this story. And it also makes sense that he is being sent off to become a lord there. Because I thought, honestly, that he was from King's Landing originally. Okay, that kind of explains a lot of things. Well, not explains, but it puts some things into perspective for me regarding that whole thing, that whole Baelish send off to the Vale thing, and its importance. And its importance in his mind as well. Imagine being from, as you described, a place in that kingdom where crops won't even grow, and working your way up towards marrying into the loyalty of that same kingdom. And yet for Baelish, he has eyes on much bigger ambitions than that, I fear. Jon Snow is going to talk to us about the North. How vague of a title. But let's see.
As a boy, looking out from my father's castle, I thought the sun could never set on the north, so vast did it seem. Part of me still does. The north is by far the largest of the 7 kingdoms, and can fit the other 6 inside it. Not that the others care. Cold and damp, that's how the southerners see the north. But without the cold, a man can't appreciate the fire in his hearth. Without the rain, a man can't appreciate the roof over his head. Let the south have its sun, flowers and affectations. We northerners have home. Mine was once Winterfell, the ancient seat of my father's family, House Stark, who have ruled the north since the first men and were once the kings of winter. Growing up, Lady Catelyn made sure I knew I wasn't a Stark, no matter how much blood I shared with her true-born children. But where their name rules over the north, mine is the north. Snow. Our land stretches from the wall down to the neck.
That's right. Make your bastard name
Westeros.
Powerful.
Legend has it,
John.
the children of the forest flooded it in their war against the first men. If that's true, every Northman owes them a debt of gratitude. The swamps of the neck are as good as the wall for keeping out unwelcome armies. And if the swamps don't deter you, the Crannog men should. Small, shy people who rarely leave those swamps, and who follow House Reed, the gatekeepers of the north, and among the most important and loyal bannermen of House Stark.
Just
Also
learned
a bit
about them.
strange. I heard their oath of fealty once as a child. It's like no other lords, ancient and dark. They swear by earth and water, by bronze and iron, and by ice and fire. Where House Reed holds the gate to the north, House Manderley holds the port, White Harbour, the closest thing to a southern city we have, governed by the closest thing to a southern family we have. Generations ago, the Manderleys were driven from the Reach, but the Starks gave them their land in return for fealty. Now White Harbour is the richest city of the north, and the Manderleys the richest family. Not in gold and silver like their southern counterparts, but in fish, grain, and trade. As for the other great northern houses, the Starks brought them into the fold during the Age of Heroes. The Stark wrestled an Ironborn for Bear Island and gave it to the Mormonts. The Stark granted a keep and land to a younger son, Carlon, in return for putting down a rebellion. His family then grew up into the Karstarks. Starks fought the wildlings and their kings beyond the wall beside the Umbers of Last Earth, thus earning their fealty. Boltons.
Fuck the Boltons.
The bane of the north. A few were even rumoured to wear their enemies' flayed skins as cloaks. But after centuries of war, they too bent the knee. And so House Stark became the kings in the north, but never forgot that they weren't the north. When Aegon and his dragons landed on Westeros, the kings of the Rock and the Reach sent all their men to die to defend their crowns. Torrhen Stark knelt, to spare his people the same fate. He placed duty above pride, just as my brothers in the Night's Watch had done for thousands of years at the Wall. Many think of it as the end of the world, but it's not. I've seen how the land stretches much farther than any man knows, into the land of always winter where the White Walkers came from during the long night.
And they're
After
still
the
coming.
first men and the children of the forest beat them back, Brandon the Builder raised the wall and set up the Night's Watch to guard the realms of men. He gave us our oath, our castles and the gift, the lands behind the wall whose farmers and crops sustain us. Southerners may now mock my black brothers as thieves, rapers and worse, and not without cause. But the North remembers why we are there, and if we fall, the
the South will get a very harsh and very cold reminder.
That was Jon Snow on the North, literally the entire North, sparing a bit for all the houses, and mainly how the Starks basically hold the title of, like, they are the lords of the North, but like, yes, Baelish always gets what he wants. He's the best player in the game. Yeah, he is. That's like in this, in the Jon Snow narration. I appreciate how some narrations are like from the character's perspective after the certain aspects of the show have already happened. I thought it was going to be like before the events of the show, most of the narrations, or the events of the season, but it sounds like it's after Jon Snow already experienced certain things both at the Wall and beyond the Wall, which kind of paints his ideas. He has a bit of a better understanding of some things. I still don't forgive Catelyn for how she treated Jon. Yeah, I touched on that at the beginning, regarding Catelyn and Jon during my tier list. Yeah, that was an aspect of Catelyn's character that made me dislike her a lot. In the beginning, she did kind of make amends. This past season, well, not necessarily made amends, but like, we got some more of her internal struggle with that, which I appreciated. They didn't just leave it at that. Kill, marry, sack, Tyrion, Ned, or Jon Snow? I mean, listen, I think that you'd be fool. I mean, I'm biased towards Tyrion, so I'd say you have to marry Tyrion, right? He's the richest out of them. But then who would you kill? You'd kill Ned and Jon? Ugh. That's a tough one, Nettles. That's a tough one. Like, I can't kill any of the three, to be honest. How could you? How could you do that to any of the three? Archangel got the right idea, I guess, because Ned is already dead. I knew as I was driving my son, you all were doing marry, Sagi, and kill. Nettles, I like your picks, although, like, poor Jon. Archangel, I feel you. Like, how can you kill any of the three? It's just not happening. Yeah, but he always pays it, Archangel. You won't have to worry about him not paying it off. So, like, despite how big the debt is, you know that he's going to pay it off. No, Pee-wee, I 100%, but it's, you know, us as viewers, it's tough to, like, knowing the type of person that Jon Snow is as well, to, like, give Catelyn a pass for how she treated Jon, you know? The Riverlands by Bryden Tully. Let's see.
Men have fought over the Riverlands since the Dawn Age, though that's to be expected of things that rest below the neck. Doesn't help that the Riverlands are between everything and everything else. The Westerlands.
I was going to ask Taylor, is Bryden Tully Blackfish? I was like, who is Bryden Tully? I thought maybe they were going to tell us, but I'm glad that you did, Taylor. Okay, so this is Catelyn's uncle, correct?
Gold, the Reach's grain, the Vale's rock, and the North's snow?
Yeah, the one who escaped
Nettles,
yeah.
Ruled as the kings of the rivers and hills. But after 1,000 years, their line was exhausted and fell to the Storm Kings, who fell to the Ironborn. I suppose after years of drowning at sea, our rivers looked pretty attractive to that race of pirates and rapers. Never mind that their monstrous castle, Harrenhal, was too large to staff and garrison. It turned out the Ironborn wouldn't be there long enough to bother. Aegon Targaryen landed to our south, and, as had many before him, liked the look of the Riverlands. My ancestor Edmund Tully led the desertion of Riverlords to his cause, and was rewarded by getting to watch King Harren burn in his own tower. Unfortunately, that's not all Edmund got. House Tully was named the Lords Paramount of the Trident, which means we had to keep in line all those lords who hadn't governed themselves for thousands of years. We were now responsible for aiding the Lannisters at Seaguard
that sounds
against
tough.
the pouting Ironborn whenever they got cheeky. For settling Harrenhal on families stupid enough to think its curse would skip them after devouring all previous families. For keeping the Blackwoods and Brackens from wiping each other out, and giving us 2 more castles to deal with. For keeping the Freys in their place and out of others' pockets.
Fucking Freys.
For marrying off our sons and daughters wisely enough, so we didn't follow House Mud into, well, the mud. Yet under the Targaryens, the Riverlands knew a peace we hadn't had for centuries, if ever. But like all good things, sooner or later it all goes to shit. And our shit had a name. Aerys Targaryen. Westeros has had its share of mad kings, but usually they had the sense not to bully more than one powerful house at a time. Aerys soon blundered into a triple alliance. The North, Stormlands, and Vale rose against him. But of course, where do you think most of the blood was spilled? My brother Hoster guaranteed the answer to that with the marriage of my niece to Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North. At least Hoster didn't send her to Robert. So, the Riverlands joined the war against the Mad King, and it was on one of our rivers that Prince Rhaegar died, sealing the fate of his dynasty. Robert was a great soldier and a horrible king. Drinking and whoring are their own brand of madness when you sit on a throne that everybody wants. He died, and another war started. Again the armies marched. Again the Riverlands burned. If Westeros isn't careful, pretty soon our people will grow some sense and abandon this place for a safer realm. like the Dothraki Sea. I joke, of course. The Riverlands are our home, and gods help us, we love it. Still, as they say, the king eats and the hand takes the shit. The same is true of the Riverlands. The Seven Kingdoms piss, and the Riverlands change clothes.
So basically, as she's going to go into the House of Tully as well, but basically, as she explained it here at the end, it's basically they have to take care of all the mess that gets created with every crazy king, with every war that happens, with every kingdom that falls, with every different lord that has their own motives and their way of doing things, basically. Yes, Catelyn's uncle. In the books, Jaime considers the Blackfish as one of his heroes. She looks up to him, and in his thoughts, he wants to meet him. That's interesting. Frey is such a good name for them. They always look a frazzled mess. Frey as a name itself sounds somewhat ethereal, to be honest. So unfitting to me of those ones. Girl Nettles. Yep. Agreed. Archangel, they probably pile it up in a dungeon somewhere, a la Scrooge McDuck or something. Yeah, the cleanup crew, basically. That's what they are. That's what they are. Let's see specifically about House Tully. What he has to say. I think of a frayed fabric. Literally, like, they can't take it to their grave. Like, why are they living like this? They don't need to live like this.
Other houses chose dragons, krakens, and lions for their sigils. We Tullys took the trout, that most terrifying of fish. Especially.
Wait, that's what they do the money. That's what they do with the money, Nettles. They pay people to marry his children. That's what Lord Frey does with the money. That's what the extra money is used for. Figured it out. We figured it out. That's probably it.
When it leaps out of the water. I suppose you don't have many options when you live in the Riverlands. Could have been worse. We could have been minnows or wheat. After all, we make a lot of it. Though our land doesn't get as fertile as ours just by water. The old river kings, storm kings, and the kings of the rock spilled blood here for thousands of years, squabbling like children over a new toy, until the Ironborn came and spanked them with their axes. Under Harren the Black, their kingdom stretched all the way to the God's Eye, where they built the largest castle Westeros had ever seen. Maesters teach that Harren was a fool, but he had some sense. If you're going to enslave and torture an entire people, you best have thick walls to hide behind. But the very day the last stone was laid in Harrenhal, Aegon Targaryen landed in Westeros. As soon as he saw Aegon's host on the horizon, my ancestor Edmund led the mass desertion of Riverlords to Aegon's side. I doubt Harren even noticed. The problem with huge castles is they blind you to what's outside, both by their size and the arrogance they inspire. Not that the Ironborn ever lacked for that. They take pride in their ignorance of every trapping of civilization, though any baker could have told them that fire turns stone walls into an oven. And so Harren the Black finally lived up to his name, and the Riverlord swept the Ironborn back to the sea. In return for Edmund's service, House Tully was made Aegon's new Lord Paramount of the Trident, and all the other lords had to swear us fealty. But old habits die hard. The Riverlands are, and always have been, the middle child of Westeros, caught up in every fart from one lord at another. My ancestors knew that for the Tullys to survive, alliances must be made. Our trout has swum up so many rivers over the centuries and leapt onto so many plates that it's a wonder half the realm's sigils don't have fins by now. Thus, every Tully child is taught family, duty, honor, the Tully words, and pains in the Tully arse. When I returned from the War of the Ninepenny Kings, people called me Sir Brendan. But my older brother Hoster called me Engaged. A great match with a very rich house, to be sure. But I just fought and killed a great deal of men and had no desire to be told when and whom to marry. I broke ties with him, earning the name Blackfish along with my personal sigil.
That's why, okay.
Black trout. I was too stubborn at the time to realize that while other houses fight with swords, House Tully fights with marriages. Then my niece Catelyn's betrothal to Brandon Stark drew us into the war against the Mad King, while my other niece Lysa's betrothal to Jon Arryn cemented the rebellion. If I'd have obeyed my older brother earlier, we'd have had the largest navy in Westeros with us then as well, and our victory would have been swift. Of course, I never mentioned this fact to my brother. He'd have taken it as an apology. My brother is dead now, and my nephew Edmure rules in Riverrun, God's help us. A trout that can't tell the worm from the hook. But he is a Tully, and he is unmarried, and there is a war. We all know how this story ends. Maybe she'll be beautiful. Maybe she'll be rich.
She was.
As long as she brings swords and men to House Tully, she could look like the fish we hang all over Riverrun. He'll honor his duty to family and swallow it. One blackfish per family can be overlooked. 2, and we'd have to change all those pretty banners.
That's a very interesting concept. Some houses fight with swords, we fight with like marriages. That's a very interesting concept of House Tully. And really like showed that there is a lot of power in just marrying your people, your children, your family off to two people. I think kind of ironic, kind of maybe what Frey was trying to do as well. But Frey also was just trying to get rid of sons and daughters as well. But that was a very interesting way of putting it. The fish is the worst sigil. Yeah, to be honest, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. if I had a sigil, it would probably be the theater masks. I know what theater masks you're talking about. The one with a happy and sad face. What would your sigil be, guys? That's a tough question. I actually have tried to think of what my sigil would be, to be honest, because of course I have. And like, that's tough. Because like, it needs to represent you in some way, I guess. But like, you don't want to like, you want something that will also be, I guess, intimidating and stuff. So like, I don't know. That's so crazy. I thought Fanes were like hair catcher nobility, as in they have the land and titles but are cash poor. The Freys are rich. I mean, you wouldn't be able to guess, right? From the way that everything looked. I mean, just from the fact that they were feeding, that they were giving their guests, that's basically like bread and salt. Although I guess it is tradition, but like, that's why Rose picked fat Walda so she could get her weight in silver. Makes sense. They control that great bridge, everyone has to pass the bridge. Yeah, that's a lot of money coming in. That's a lot of money coming in. A chicken or a daughter? I don't think like, well, I guess he could marry off his sons to a daughter. I was gonna say they don't need any more people, but like, yeah, I guess she could marry off the sons as well. But let's see what Marjorie has to tell us about the Reeds.
The Reach is aptly named. We're the ones who give your hands something to do at the table. As the most fertile region of the Seven Kingdoms, we grow the lion's share of the grains and fruit that feed this country. Especially now, since the rebels have burned down the other fields. Thankfully, House Tyrell is here to do its duty to the crown and keep the capital from starvation. Yet, as with all gardens, weeds grow in the Reach too, though few name them as such. Singers fill our heads with chivalry and courtly love, fluff to make boys fight and girls swoon. Oh, the songs are good enough for a pleasure barge down the Manda. They give pleasure to the common people and harmony to the realm. But if the rise of House Tyrell proves anything, it's that virtue and honor have their place. And if you're not careful, that place is the grave. Unlike the Lannisters, Starks, and Arryns, we were never kings in our own right. House Gardner ruled the Reach since the Dawn Age, and we were their stewards. While they warred to enrich their already rich domain, we managed their castle of Highgarden. But then Aegon Targaryen landed with his dragons. Nobody knows why the Gardener King took the field against him. Anyone could see that a man who grows flowers should beware a man who grows fire-breathing monsters.
True.
But maybe it wasn't wholly his
If you've
idea.
played Pokemon, you know.
Maybe someone whispered in his ear
Fire is
about
super
all
effective
the face he'd lose with the
against
other six
grass.
kings if he stayed home. The rest is history. The last Gardener King lost his face, along with his body, and his steward Harlan Tyrell promptly yielded Highgarden to Aegon. My grandmother swears that Harlan was like most of our men, and grew up banging steel together too loudly for a thought to penetrate. But luckily, his wife had better sense. Whatever the case, in return for Harlan's show of sense, Aegon proclaimed House Tyrell the Lords of the Reach and Wardens of the South, passing over all the other houses with better claims. House Hightower, who were kings before the Andals came, their seat is the oldest city in Westeros. They call it Old Town. Wealthy, proud, and solitary, there have been Hightowers who wouldn't come down from their great lighthouse for decades. Its name, fittingly, is the Hightower. House Florent, who had actual blood ties to the Gardeners. They whinge about their ancient rights to High Garden every once in a while, and now that their daughter is married to Stannis Baratheon, about their rights to all of Westeros too. Apparently,
Celise?
putting a fox on your banners doesn't impart a fox's wiles. House Tarly, who still gives the Reach the best soldiers it has. If Aegon had named them as his lords, the Reach would have become the greatest military camp in the world, until it starved to death. The price for conscripting all the farmers. Yet Aegon
Was that
chose
Sam?
us. Centuries later, when his descendant Aerys faced rebellion, the Reach stayed loyal. Mostly. My father, Mace, dealt Robert his only defeat in the war, even if it was my father's vanguard who did most of the fighting before he arrived. After the Battle of Ashford, we laid siege to Storm's End, Robert's home. Unfortunately, the war ended before we could take it and free up our armies to go save the king. The new King Robert had a forgiving nature. Our crimes were brushed aside without even one execution for the sake of formality. Our family was surprised until Robert's new hand, John Arryn, came by with the bill. The Reach is second only to the Westerlands in wealth, and Robert meant to spend as much of it as he could get his hands on. We gave him the coins he wanted, and later, when he wanted our grain or fruit or wine, he gave them back at whatever price we set. Now, much of Westeros is ashes. The rest of it is armies. As the Starks are fond of saying, winter is coming, and for leagues outside the capital there isn't a harvest to be seen. Have no fear. The Reach is, as always, bountiful. House Tyrell will manage the harvest and keep the Seven Kingdoms from starvation, like the good stewards we once were.
That's very
Just
noble.
ask House Gardner.
That's very noble. Oh god, Catelyn Stark is gonna tell us about the Frey house. I enjoyed learning about the Reach and the families of the Reach. So Celise, who's married to Stannis, is from the Reach, from one of the houses. We saw Sam in one of the depictions, I'm pretty sure. The old town, I liked the design of that city. I don't think we have seen it in the show at any point. It would be very interesting to see if we do in the future. Maybe your sigil could be a cat and the TV. A cat and the TV. I mean, is the cat in the TV? Is it like carrying the TV? Money can't buy class. That's the lesson I learned from the phrase. Absolutely. Trout also swim upstream. Seems like that's what the Talis are preoccupied with, trying to manage the lesser houses. That's a cool little metaphor. Mine would be a knight's helmet with a wolf's head, since that's my family's crest. Oh, that would be a super cool sigil, Taylor, actually. Yours would be a black snake because of your family name. Black adder. What does black adder mean? Is adder a snake or something? A word for a snake? Old Town is the first town ever in Westeros. It's where the headquarters of the Faith is and where they train all the maesters. Oh, really? That's where they train all the maesters? Old Town is super important. I mean, I bet if they train all the maesters there. I mean, the image they showed, it looked super interesting. It looked super cool. I'd love for us to see it in the show. Do they, Archangel? Do they die? Could that also be used as metaphor? Our family crest is a fortress, but I might go with a donut with sprinkles. Hot pie can bear the flag. Can you imagine coming down, like going to war and having like your banners and stuff, and those being like a donut with sprinkles on it? That would be either great, or you would be like bullied. Whoever is from that, yeah, not very intimidating. Whoever was from your house, Barry, there would be a lot of bullying going on. I was just kidding about the sizzle. Yeah, I got it, Nettles. I mean, the cat thing could work. I mean, I do like cats, so the cat thing could work. But if we basic of like the channel, then the TV could also work, right? But like, imagine having a television as your sigil. A black adder is a type of snake. It's an old Scottish Borderlands noble house. Oh, castle and everything. Okay. See, you guys, a lot of you guys have your sigils pretty much ready for you. That's what I'm getting. Like, these are all very good, like, origins for sigils. Yeah, Nettles. I very much appreciated how they had Sam on the imagery. But yeah, but like, no matter how disappointed you are of your child, like, you'd never, like, I can't understand wanting to literally murder your child for not being a great warrior. Jesus Christ, that man. We need to discuss about Sam's father and his issues at some point, because that man is clearly not well. That absolutely, Powie Turner, that would absolutely be Tyrion's banner. Like, if you've seen any Dionysus, like the god of wine and partying and stuff, if you see any of his depictions, imagine Tyrion. That's basically Tyrion's banner right there. Let's see this card, by the way, can we? It's not in here right now. It's gone outside. But when I catch the cat, when it's during a stream or a recording, I'll give you guys a pic of the kitty. I'd much rather have a kitty sigil than a black snake, to be honest. Yeah, but like, is it as intimidating? Imagine it being like battle time, you know? A snake is always going to be more intimidating than a cat, I suppose. I mean, depends on how the banner looks, I guess. You could make a cat look pretty intimidating if you portrayed it in the right way. We would have a whole stream about daddy issues. There are so many bad fathers. Craster, Tywin, Frey, Robert, yes, true. Is Ned the only good father of the characters that we know of? I mean, Sir Davos, right? Don't forget about Sir Davos. We can throw Stannis in the bad parent, bad father names as well, to be honest. I mean, Greyjoy, like Theon's father, is terrible. Like, we can really just keep going. Yeah, that's what he gets. Davos gets that for being a good father. He gets to see his son die. Yeah, Lord Mormont, right? He was a good father. That is true. That is true. Barry, that is also... An onion for sigil is crazy. An onion for sigil is crazy. Bjorn. Yeah, we did. I'm glad that you're a big fan of Lord Mormont, Bjorn, because somebody has to. You might as well. Somebody has to. Yeah, probably, Nettles. I mean, he was mad, right? But Viserys could also have been like that because what they say about the whole incest bloodline thingy, kind of like Joffrey, I guess, right? Kind of in a similar vein. But those two could be like connected because Joffrey's parents also weren't the most normal people either. And I'm including both Jaime and Robert when I'm talking about his parent. Well, Robert was normal, but he like at the end was just like he couldn't give two shits about stuff. Okay, let's see what Catelyn has to say about House Frey.
Some houses rise to power through strength, others through wealth. House Frey gained its title through cunning. Centuries ago, its founder looked at a map and noticed how the trident spears the neck, cutting off the north from the south. He realized that a river of gold would flow to the man who owned the right bridge across the water. It took the Freys 3 generations to complete their forefathers' vision. A massive arch of smooth grey rock, wide enough for 2 wagons to pass abreast. When they were done, they built high curtain walls, deep moats, and heavy gates to protect the approaches, and put up squat, ugly, formidable keeps on either bank. The Twins, commanding both road and river with arrow slits, murder holes, and portcullises. The Twins ensure that no one crosses without begging the Freys' leave and paying the Freys' toll. The plan worked. The family grew rich and powerful, exacting gold from lords, merchants, and poor farmers. A good thing too, given the number of Freys the bridge has to support. The current lord, Walder Frey, has seen over 90 name days and sired near as many children, trueborn or otherwise. A shameful thing in any other lord, but Walder Frey possesses no shame. A dangerous thing for any other lord, but Walder Frey has no concern for heirs or fear of their impatience. Perhaps Lord Frey thinks to outlast them all.
Yeah.
Given the infighting he encourages among them.
That might be like
perhaps
the only like logical.
Whatever the case, House Frey does nothing so well
thing
as
here.
survive. When the Ironborn conquered and razed the Riverlands, the Freys hid in their castle. When Aegon and House Tully swept the Ironborn back to the islands, the Freys hid in their castle. When my ancestor demanded their allegiance as Aegon's new Lord Paramount of the Trident, the Freys bent the knee from their castle. Perhaps then we should not.
What I was talking about the veil,
father,
I should
Lord
be saying
Foster
about
Tully,
the
called
Frey
his bands
family,
against
basically.
the Mad King, and Lord Walder didn't answer. The Baratheons, Starks, Aarons, and Tullys, some of the oldest and greatest houses of Westeros, fought and bled for the cause of justice, while House Frey hid in its castle and waited. No doubt if Rhaegar had won at the Trident, Lord Walder would have given him safe passage into the north, to destroy the rest of my husband's northern army for a fair price. But Rhaegar fell, and lo and behold, the Frey army appeared to render aid to our already victorious forces. Many sniggered that Lord Walder had been waiting for his army to come of age, having fielded it out of his own breeches. My own father named him the late Lord Frey, to the other lords' amusement. A slight that pricks Lord Walder to this day. In many ways, however, Lord Walder was wise. We had no guarantee of victory, and had he fought with us from the outset and we failed, he would have lost the bridge his family was so proud of.
I mean, duh.
More pride than honor. Those should be the words of House Frey. Yet part of me wonders if Lord Walder waited not out of fear but hope. That we would be destroyed, leaving him to assume my family's place as Lord Paramount of the Trident. To buy the respect they've always wanted, but refused to earn. No. Not even Lord Walder could be so disloyal.
But I have a feeling that's what it is. I have a feeling that's what it is. That's what it was. I wouldn't put it past them. And they did so, like at the end there, how disloyal they really are. So like, that sounded to me like pretty much what the plan in his head was. It definitely tracks with how apparently he was acting, making sure that he kept everything, like the army, the riches, the money in his castle, maybe for the opportunity of one day like being handed the reins, but that wasn't happening for him. But now he sided with the Lannisters, so like, but hopefully he dies very soon in the show. This will be a barrel of laughs, I'm sure. What, the Catelyn talking about the phrase? Yeah, there's a decent amount of bad mothers in the show, Nettles as well. We can write off Catelyn and then Selyse, Stannis' wife. Two very bad mothers right there. Nettles, I think right from the start, I had been saying that Catelyn should know better regarding Frey and the Frey family, because I think specifically she had said at the beginning that like he's a dangerous man to cross and that they shouldn't really trust him, or something along those lines. I remember in season 2, all the way back to season 2, when they were first planning on crossing the twins. Is this the Catelyn, the sitting on Catelyn portion of the stream? Yeah, I was not a fan of her season Tyrion, but then again she was misled by Snake telling her whose dagger that was, basically framing Tyrion. But yeah, it was a pretty stupid decision. So it is the sitting on Catelyn portion of the stream. Yeah, her freeing Jaime, in my opinion, the dumbest thing she has done on the show. She did, Archangel, right? I wasn't misremembering. She said that, and then she said you shouldn't cross Lord Frey. And they did literally both those things. They trusted them, and they crossed them. So it's like, at this point, what can you do, right? You all made your bets, unfortunately. But yeah, let's see what Tywin has to say about the Westerlands now.
The Westerlands are all bounded by 3 natural defenses: mountain, sea, and forest. Necessary barriers when the land is as rich as ours. From our mines come the gold and silver that fuel the rest of Westeros. From Lannisport, our largest city, come the most skillful gold and silversmiths in the land. Yet geography alone is not strength. The Westerlands would have been sacked and pillaged for thousands of years if it hadn't been for the men who ruled it. My family, House Lannister.
My family.
According to legend, we trace our descent to Lan the Clever, a trickster of the Dawn Age, who swindled the Casterlys out of Casterly Rock, their ancient castle. A childish story, but not without merit. 1, a mind can and should be a weapon in a man's arsenal. 2, Lan must have been clever enough not to rely solely on his wits. After all, where today is House Casterly. 3, by keeping the Casterly name on the castle, Lan reminded the world of the price of getting in his way.
Is this like kind of similar to the song and stuff, what they did?
Not content with being the second richest family, they sought to challenge the first, mine. My father had put up with their insults and disrespect. When I came of age, I led our army to teach them what they should have known. Some people say I was too harsh, that eradicating every member of their family was not necessary. But now, there are no bannermen as loyal to their lord as the Westerlands to us. If any lord bridles at our authority, I have only to send a singer with a harp, and he falls back into line. Because I will not have our lords squabble amongst themselves, like the lords of the Riverlands, or hide in their castles like the lords of the Vale, each of our bannermen contributes a unique skill that furthers the whole of the Westerlands. House Clegane, because every lord needs a beast from time to time. Sir Gregor strikes terror into the hearts of our enemies and our friends. So too does his disappointing brother Sandor, the traitor. House Payne, who provides us loyal servants. Sir Ilyn Payne was once captain of my household guard, until the Mad King heard him boast that I ran the 7 kingdoms, which I did. The Mad King tore out Sir Ilyn's tongue, making him especially well-suited to later become the King's Justice. Apparently these days, a younger Payne also serves my degenerate son, Tyrion. House Lefford, who guards the Golden Tooth, The eastern pass through the mountains and the all-too-frequent chaos of the Seven Kingdoms. Though after Robb Stark's recent incursions, perhaps we need a new gatekeeper. Fools look at the Westerlands and see gold. Fools see our wealth and call it strength. Gold is just another rock. The Westerlands are strong because of House Lannister. From strong leadership comes unity. From unity comes power.
That's true. But the money and the wealth also helps, my guy. You need to have something to leverage with, right? It can't all be just your mind and your tactics and like your thinking. It helps that you have also wealth to kind of splurge around and loan to kingdoms and kings so that they'll be in your debt and stuff. Her death was sad though, Catelyn's, yes. Very right. She literally didn't trust her gut once. Big Daddy Tywin. Tyrion is Lan the Clever reborn. That's an interesting theory. Yeah, but although Tywin did seem to think that he used his sword as well. The Casterly sat on Casterly Rock gold mine, and Lal tricked them out of it and took it for himself. Oh, that's it, or herself. That's interesting. She could be a boy or a girl. Cersei Jaime parallel. That's good. I like that. Hello, Peter. Hello, good evening to you. I hope your Saturday is going well. We are nearing the end of the stream and the history and lore video, but don't worry, you'll be able to watch the VOD of the live stream later on at your own time. But I hope your Saturday is going great. Saturday evening, depending, Saturday night. What time you're on right now? Have you recovered from the wedding? Have recovered from the wedding, although I don't think I'll be good with not seeing Robb anymore on the show. I am very excited about the upcoming seasons, especially after hearing a lot of people in the community tell me that there are some seasons coming up that are like their favorite of the show. So like, I'm super amped to get right back into it, starting next week, hopefully. But I'll be missing Robb Stark a lot. I feel like I really liked his campaign, the storyline of his campaign. I don't think Stannis is going to be able to fill that void for me. That family trait of tricksters runs deep in House Lannister. I mean, all the signs would point to that. Hello, Sultan Al-Nazi. You're excited for Season 4? I'm excited for Season 4. I'm super excited for Season 4. Thank you so much, Pedar. Thank you so much. It means a lot. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying the reactions. That's why it's fun making them. I'm very glad. Yeah, Alenazi, he's nice. I think it was a mixture of him being kind of green, which is ironic because he was told earlier in his campaign that he was like, he didn't know, he had no experience, right? And he made some mistakes, but I think also that part that gets the Starks is that honor part, that they just have to be honorable and they just have to feel like they are being honorable at least. And I feel that is what really got Robb there at the end to me. Robb was your favorite character, Girl Nettles? Yeah, he was a really good character. The beginning of his campaign was really like, that was really good. I thought he was gonna have a bright future ahead of him, but unfortunately that wasn't the case. Girl Nettles. Yeah, there's a bit of a distance barrier, but I think that if we were like to meet, I think we'd get along fantastically. But thank you so much. I really appreciate your comment. Really means a lot to me. Your guys' support and excitement about these videos. Alenazi, I talked a little bit about Jaime and how I feel about him in the character tier list that we did. By the way, Alenazi, you'll be able to go back if you want and watch this stream when it's finished and watch like all the parts that are of interest to you. We did the tier list and we did the reaction to the history and lore. But Jaime, to me, probably has had the biggest difference of all the characters from season 2 to season 3. How I feel about his character. Like, I was not a big fan of his character in up until the second season, but then in this past season he became one of my favorite characters. He's this close to joining like my favorites. He's this close. Not quite there yet. A lot will depend on how he acts now that he's back with Cersei and back at King's Landing. I'm very interested to see how that impacts what Jaime has become. It's going to be very interesting, but he's definitely one of my favorites in the show right now. Archangel, he had main character syndrome. He did. But hey, I mean, you saw how he started the campaign, right? He had the air the wind in his back, you know. He was feeling invincible, and unfortunately, when he least expected it, that's the thing. And it's unfortunate because that's when you least expected, when you're with the freaking phrase. That's when you let your guard down. Come on, Robb. Girl Nettles, that is a complication regarding Jaime's character, because that was horrible. So like, I could never fully forgive him for that either. But it's kind of like a Cersei situation where I can understand where the character is bad, but also appreciate them, if you know what I mean. That's understandable, Nettles. Yeah. I'd say marrying Talisa more so than beheading Karstark, honestly. But yeah, both of those were big missteps. Eventually ended up being big missteps, definitely. But let's go to Joffrey. Oh god, why did it have to be Joffrey? Why did you have to end this with Joffrey? Have I ever heard Joffrey narrate one of these before? I don't think I have. Oh god, I did not notice the name that was waiting for me in this next one. Oh god. I'm gonna be cringing throughout all of it.
Mine. That's what the Red Keep is. The small folk say its color comes from the blood Aegon spilled to win his crown. Fools.
I hate him already.
Soak into stone, no matter how hard I try. Aegon built his castle of red rock to remind people of the fires he'd roasted his enemies in. So whenever King's Landing looked up, they'd see the price of defiance.
That was cool.
He knew the first rule of kings. Only fear keeps men in line. Fear and punishment. A lesson he taught his son, Maegor. When the builders finally finished the Red Keep, Maegor executed them all to keep its secrets safe. Rumor has it, miles of hidden passageways run behind the walls and under the floors. One day I'll have to find them. Traitors and women work in shadows. A king has no need for secrecy.
What? Sorry I have to pause this, but I can't with this guy. What do you mean? Okay, I can kind of like... I can understand that the traitors work in shadows, but what do you mean, like, that women work in shadows? Like, what does that mean, Joffrey? Why? Or did you just have to throw women in there? Like, I don't understand.
Now, people name Maegor the Cruel, but I doubt any dared in his day. His strength was all too rare in the degenerate Targaryen blood. The simpering Baelor, the Blessed, created the Maiden Vault to imprison his own sisters and save himself from carnal thoughts. Disgusting. Though, I admit a Prince Vault could be amusing when Tommen bores me. My favorite place in the Red Keep? There's so many. The Traitor's Walk, where I mount the heads of my enemies. It's a shame flesh rots so slowly. I've almost run out of spikes.
What is wrong
with
with
The dungeons
kid?
are also quite nice once you get past the first 2 levels. A stable for common criminals and private cells for useful highborns. How boring, I know. But then you come to the black cells. No windows, no torches. Just darkness, and whatever you hear in there with you. Here we keep the greatest traitors, until the king is ready for them, and with these, I often like to take my time. But I've heard rumors of an even lower, hidden level, Maegor's favorite. Once a man was taken here, he never saw the sun again, nor heard a human voice, nor breathed a breath free of agonizing pain. Varys must know the way, but that overgrown girl pretends not to. Maybe he fears I'll make him a victim. Maybe I will. Then again, torture chambers are just so... private. Better to punish your enemies where
He wants an
everyone can
audience,
see,
right?
remember?
Yeah.
Like that Targaryen who forced his nephew to watch as he fed the boy's traitor mother to a dragon.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, what I could do with a dragon. Even Aerys,
You won't be
fool
getting
as he
one,
was,
Joffrey. Don't get
knew to
excited.
burn men alive with an audience, to spread the terror far and wide across his kingdoms. Of course, I know my favorite place now. When I sit on the Iron Throne, high in the Red Keep, all of Westeros scuttles below me, like insects, waiting for my heel to land.
Can we please not have Joffrey narrate a single thing ever again in this? Can we just not? He's gonna sound smug as hell. You couldn't believe how right you was, Archangel. You couldn't have been more right. No one is more likable in the books than Joffrey. Press X to doubt. Joffrey equals Andrew Tate. Even worse, Joffrey equals Andrew Tate's followers. Like the worst type of Andrew Tate followers, though. All hail King Joffrey Baratheon. I'm going to ban you, Nettles. Don't do that in my chat. The show definitely made everyone more likable. Okay, now I'm kind of thinking that how was Joffrey more unlikable in the books? Like, yeah, Nettles, I get it. I'm only kidding, yeah. Like how they say poison is a woman's weapon. Alright, but like, that also in a way kind of makes sense, right? Because like, it's supposed to be like, if you don't have like necessarily the physical strength, right, you can take out your enemies in other ways, you know. Like that about the darkness and the shadows just didn't make any sense at all. In the way that he used it, it just seemed like he just wanted to sit on woman a little bit, because it had been like 5 minutes when he hadn't, so he had to get it out of his chest, you know. Nettles, they didn't have the wolves for me to put them in the tier list. I mean, they're all faves, just like they were in season 2, but like, now that you mentioned it, they didn't have them as options for the tier list. So no, I did not, but they are all fave tier, obviously. Like, come on, as were the dragons that they also didn't include. They made sure to include like Rob's shoulder and not his face, though, and the worst possible image of Craster they could have possibly picked. Maybe what he meant was he's operating on women in the shadows. Who knows what he's doing? Probably, yeah. Probably what it was. Yeah, Barry, yeah, Lenazi, yeah. I felt the cringe. Yeah, Nettles, I've been told that a couple of times in the comments of the reactions, and that is horrible. I feel bad for him. But as I said previously, like, is there a better compliment as an actor than literally having everybody hate the character that you played because you played them so well? I think that's like a big accomplishment in an actor's career, I feel like. I get, yeah, Nettles. They can't. When he talks, I imagine waves of thick smog rolling off him like a toxic fog. Oh, did Taylor save a spoiler? Good job, Taylor. Here's a book tidbit about Joffrey. One day he took a pregnant cat, and cat opened her stomach to see what was inside. I assume that happened when he was a kid and not when he was a full-blown ass king sitting on a throne, opening up pregnant cats to see what's inside them. I hope that was when he was a child. Oh yeah, even as a smaller child. So he was a child in that instance. This is why you don't have sisters. You don't have children with your sister. That's true. This is the reason. I think that like he is the perfect anti-incest campaign face that we can use, I think. He's only like 11 in the books. He's 11 when he becomes king in the books. What was it, Nettles? Why did you retract your comments? Was there a spoiler in there as well? But was he like 11 in the books, like when he was king? Now you need an even lower hell for Joffrey. Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know how far deep into the pits of hell can we send Joffrey anymore. So he was 12 at the start of the books, but when do the books start? Do they start in the same time where the series starts, or do they start with way prior? Are you planning to read the book? I'm generally not a book person, honestly. Like, I am not. I much rather consume the stories with like a show or a movie and stuff. So I don't know. I'm not opposed to it though. So like, so the book started at the same time as the show. Okay, so he's about 12 in season 1. So he's about what, like 14 in season 3, let's say. Powerfully sent him very far. We'll have him not even be visible in the tier list. That's how far down we'll send him. The books are more detailed than the show. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right? They have how many pages, how many chapters, how many books to write and like delve deeper into each character and the backstory and stuff. Absolutely. That's what books are generally for, right? To flesh out the worlds like to their full capacity. They usually don't have the time to do that with a TV show, and especially then a movie. Joffrey with a dragon. I feel like the dragon, being a dragon, wouldn't be able to handle the disrespect of Joffrey and would eventually just turn on Joffrey and kill him. I feel like dragons are like, they can, like, if they don't like you, they're going to burn you alive. And I think that's what would have happened to Joffrey. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing, Alenazi. I'm trying to keep my expectations to some type of a decent level, and just go into the next season like I did every other season. Taylor, hell no. If you mean on a dragon's open mouth as he's about to swallow him or burn him, then I guess. Thank you, Archangel. You get me. We are here. We are here. Let's go. Let's see what Thoros has to say about the Lord of Light, I guess.
I was born youngest of 8 in Myr, across the narrow sea. So my father gave me over to the Red Temple. In their wisdom, they decided to make me a priest instead of a warrior or a temple prostitute like other children. It was not the path I would have chosen. Sure, I prayed the prayers and I spoke the spells, but I also led raids on the kitchens. And from time to time, they found girls in my bed. Such wicked girls. I never knew how they got there. Then again, I did have a gift for tongues. And when I gazed into the flames, well, from time to time I saw things. Even so, I was more bother than I was worth. When the High Priest foresaw Robert's ascension, he sent me to turn the Storm Lord to the Lord of Light. When Robert seized his crown, we'd take all of Westeros from the Seven in a single stroke. Perhaps they thought Robert would listen to a kindred spirit, or perhaps celibacy had addled the High Priest's brain. I didn't know, and didn't care. I was free. I did my duty as I saw it, drinking and whoring and waving my sword around. The only gods Robert cared about anyway. Years passed, Robert became king, I became a joke. We both became fat. I even won some glory in Greyjoy's rebellion, first through the breach and all that. It's amazing what boldness a full bladder can inspire. But Robert had stopped listening to my sermons a long time ago, even if I'd still bothered to give them. Then came Robert's death, and the war. I'm not speaking of those brats squabbling over the world's pointiest chair.
The world's
Hours long asleep
pointiest
awaiting
chair.
and moving through the land. I've seen them in my flames. Shit, I've seen them with my own 2 eyes. The Lord of Light is real. And if he's real, then all of it is real. Man once again faces the war for the dawn, which has been waged since time began. On one side is the Lord of Light, the heart of fire, the god of flame and shadow. Against him stands the great other, whose name may not be spoken. The Lord of Darkness, the soul of ice, the god of night and terror. According to prophecy, our champion will be reborn, to wake dragons from stone and reforge the great sword Lightbringer that defeated the darkness those thousands of years ago. If the old tales are true, a terrible weapon forged with the lifeblood.
You're talking
of a
about
Lightbringer's
Daenerys.
heart. Part of me thinks man was well rid of it, but great power requires great sacrifice. That much, at least, the Lord of Light is clear on. I sound like a dried-out old woman, I know. But as our former hand liked to say, winter is coming. When the cold winds rise, all men, no matter their faith or lack of it,
That
huddle
blinded me.
beside my night fires. And I pray the prayers, and speak the spells, and beseech the Lord of Light to bring back the dawn. So far, so good. But reprobate as I am, I can't help but wonder what will happen if, one day, our Lord does not answer. Imagine a night that goes on forever, so dark and full of terrors. I think I need another drink.
Oh, that I didn't know that was the final one. They ended it on a terrifying note. But also, guys, as we can pull you guys over here as well now. I feel that, like, the Lord of Light, I've been thinking this during the show as well. I don't think I've ever expressed this idea. I do feel like the Lord of Light is representative of the fear that people have of that long and endless night that is it has been in premonitions and talking about how, during the long winters, that fear that people have, and having a lord based around fire. When you hear about endless nights and when you hear about White Walkers who are made out of ice and snow, it would be a pretty good idea to conjure up, to give people this faith, right? Thinking that if we can have a lord made out of fire, we can survive this, we can get out of this, we can use the fire, being the Lord, our Lord that we worship is literally fire, and it can keep us safe, right? I thought it was that was a bit interesting in my head, and it was interesting how he ended it the way that he did, and they saw the little fires going off one by one. So I liked that ending. I like how they ended it. Is this the Meg guy who raises the dead? Yeah, that's who that was, Archangel. You are 100% correct. He would be the type to get eaten by his own dragon for abusing it. Yes, he would 100%. Joffrey would 100% be that type. Did he, Nettles? Because the guy that the Hound killed got revived for the 100th time. So, like, did he beat the Lord of Light? Is there any myth or legend that Game of Thrones took from Greek country? George R. Martin loved history. He took inspiration from history itself for his books. I mean, the one thing that we also have kind of talked a little bit about, but it's not necessarily a myth, although some argue that it could have been, it's the fire, Greek fire, which is basically what was the inspiration for like the pyromancer and the fire that he was making, and basically that scene with Stannis, the seeds that he was attempting, yes, wildfire. Yeah, that was the name in the show. That's the name in the show. That was basically that was most definitely inspired by Greek fire, which was basically just a secret weapon. A lot of people called it, like the method of which it was made was basically lost. That's why I said it could have also been some type of legend, but there are many, like, people have documented it happening, I guess. But yeah, that would be the one thing that comes to mind off the top of my head that he could have borrowed for the show, for his books rather. Guys, I really hate Melisandre. Yes, he hasn't given me much reasons to like her so far in the show. Robert's rebellion and the Trojan War. Are there parallels? I can't pronounce that word ever in my life. But are there like connections between Robert's rebellion and the Trojan War? Are we talking about the myth with Helen? You like it when dragons do it, but when Melisandre does it? Yeah, dragons do it because this is their only way of doing stuff. They don't have an alternative. Melisandre does have alternatives, is the thing. Girl Nettles, it's kind of like debated. I think I haven't like fully like researched the topic. I think it was documented enough that people are fairly certain that it was a thing. I think that like it's just they could never find like the method in which that they used to create Greek fire. I think that's the one thing. But it was documented. It was used. It was documented. It's just they couldn't find like the method, which is why I said some people might say that like might have been a legend or a myth. Like, right, like Valyrian steel. I mean, definitely, like, all of this, like, when you do world building for Game of Thrones, be it Game of Thrones, be Lord of the Rings, be anything, obviously you take some ideas, right, from mythology and history and like real life stuff, because, you know, our world might not have dragons, at least as far as we know, or might not have magic, again, as far as we know, but there were a lot of cool stuff that a lot of this draws inspiration from in our history too. But yeah, guys, it's been another long stream, I feel. I don't know quite how long we've gone this time. Have we surpassed the 7-hour mark, or are we below the 7-hour mark? But it's been another lengthy stream today, but I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed every minute. You feel like pterodactyls were dragons? I want to subscribe to that, yeah. I like that idea as well. I mean, just dinosaurs by themselves are like super cool. So like, even if they didn't like breathe fire and stuff, they are like, they didn't need to be like dinosaurs, you know? Crazy how certain arts or sciences get lost. Didn't they lose the ability to make concrete for hundreds of years? Did they? I never heard about that. But I mean, just like if you think about, like, was it the Library of Alexandria? Like, how many things we might have lost there, you know, as like a human race, that we just ignore their existence, you know. There's definitely so many stuff that have just been wiped off, like, the face of the earth. It's crazy if you kind of like start thinking about it. Gear nettles, yes. They could also just be seeing like maybe fossils of dinosaurs, maybe. I don't know, just throwing out some ideas. But I'm all for a world where dragons existed. Listen, I'm all for it. Well, I don't know if I would be for it if they existed right now, because that would almost certainly be a very dangerous thing. But at some point, right, Nettles? Like, imagine all of the knowledge and all of the stuff. Or they could have just been like a whole pages of like meme stuff, just jokes or stuff that they were keeping. But no, it was probably very important stuff and information. Yeah, what we lost in Alexandria. Yeah. Humans can tame anything, that the difference being that like humans can also get killed by almost anything. So like, if we fail to tame it, we're most likely going to get killed by it in an attempt to tame it. So like, imagine if we try to give dragons like belly rubs to try and tame them, we'd probably be dead, you know. Skulls of elephants or mammoths were misinterpreted as cyclops. See, stuff like that, you know. So like, it wouldn't be weird if they found like a pretty well retained fossil of like a dinosaur or something, and they were like, this is how that creature looked like. They're cloning mammoths now? Oh god. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's going to be cute, but I don't know about the whole cloning thing. Yeah, dragons existed in almost every culture. And I think, fun fact, I think also like something similar to like mermaids exist in almost every folklore and every mythology in almost all cultures. So like maybe mermaids at some point might have even existed as well, who knows. I mean, humans did originate from the sea, you know? The Scottish Black Dinner and Massacre of Glencoe has been said to be the inspiration of the Red Wedding. I mean, I'm sure there were a lot of massacres that happened during weddings throughout history. I mean, they nearly happen today. Yeah, well, there are certain things that you can like, you know, if a lot of like if it has been documented, preferably by more than one historian, then it's safe to say that it's history. If it's not, then it's up to the interpretation. But both are super interesting. Be it if you delve into legends, if you delve into history, they're both very interesting subjects. And these are the things that shows like Game of Thrones take inspiration from. Girl Nettles, definitely the thing that definitely is the most vivid right now in my foggy mind is the reeds, and that whole lore. To me, it was by far the most interesting out of everything that they showed us. I liked the introduction of each different. They showed the Westlands, the North, like the riverside. Oh god, but like, you know, the Talis and those kingdoms, and the kind of and the reach as well, and kind of expanded a little bit upon each individual house in a way, although they didn't focus on every house the same. It was nice how they put it, how they focused on each, you know, side of Westeros, north, west, you know, south, east, where I guess east is like the Dothraki and stuff, and like the slaves, the slave cities. But if I have to pick a highlight, it's definitely the read and the lore behind them, for sure. We've hit 8 hours of streaming. Oh my goodness. I was like, oh yeah, we're going to keep this stream short today. And yeah, we've surpassed the previous one. But hey, whatever. It's tomorrow is Sunday, so like I can sleep in. It's fine. But thank you so much, guys, for joining me. And to everybody who joined, even if you guys are not here at the end of the stream, it means a lot to have you guys in the chat. and I hope that you had a good time during the live stream. Thank you, Alenazi. Thank you so much. The Ridge is the #1 place to live in Westeros. Yeah, word hardly ever reaches there. Yeah. Yeah. They seemed like they feel like they're pretty safe in their tall mountains, as the video said that they love so much. Thank you, Mama Cat, for being here. I'm glad that you enjoyed this 8-hour marathon of a stream. Absolutely, Archangel. As I said, I hope we get to see it in the show, in some aspect. I hope they don't just leave it as like some cool lore, and we actually get to like see at least parts of what they told us. It's been an honor, Mac Taylor. It's been an honor for me too. Yeah, you guys are pretty awesome. I've lucked out, you know, starting this reaction stuff to have you guys from the Game of Thrones community. You guys are great. You guys are great peeps, and and respectful, very respectful. The guys in the community so far around spoilers and stuff. So like, I can't really thank you enough for the support that I've had watching this show. Yeah, thank you guys. I think this is a good point to end this 8-hour extravaganza. I was like, maybe we can do like 4 hours this time around. No, 8 hours, 8-hour streams. We are only doing 7 to 8 hour streams only on this channel. Apparently. Thank you guys so much for coming in and watching. For anybody who was here from the start of the stream, wow, great job to you guys for sticking around. Next time, will you sing us a song? Gernadles, I really can't sing. I really can't sing. I'd love to be able to sing. Like, one of my dreams would be to have a good singing voice. I don't. So I doubt it. I don't know, if I get drunk enough, maybe. If we do some drunk stream or something. But while sober, unlikely. Gear Nettles, everybody's lying about how good season 4 is. Yeah, I bet. A bunch of liars. Yeah, the song, yeah. I mean, I do enjoy singing Christmas songs by myself with nobody to listen, and like, yeah. But yeah, guys, I think it's time we end. Thank you so much for joining. I am super thankful that you guys seem to be enjoying these streams. They are great fun to do. I really enjoy chatting with you guys, probably the most out of anything. And yeah, it's been a fun 8 hours. I'm going to put up the tier list up in one of the community posts for anybody who wasn't here and maybe just wants to check out to see where each character is currently in my eyes. And obviously, as I said many times, the VOD will be available for you guys to check out whenever you have the time. I'll try and get some timestamps up at some point after this. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. Have a wonderful rest of your Saturday and rest of your weekends, guys. And I will see you all in the next reaction video, which might be Game of Thrones one, might be a movie, a Christmas movie, we'll see. But it will be next week. So yeah, thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Okay? The rest of the show is just snow falling on everyone's spoons. That could be like a good visual. That could be like a good visual. Not gonna lie. Pulp Fiction, Archangel, might be coming. It might be coming. But that's it, guys. Thank you so much. I'm going to go and sleep. And once again, thank you so much for joining. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And see you in the next reaction video, guys. Have a good one. Bye.